Okay, if we could start with the roll call, Miss Scarlett, we could start with you, please.
Scarlett Cantley,
Frank Palin.
Mary Viator,
Bernard Lebedecker.
Michael Berman. Keith Giordano.
Elizabeth Accomando.
Patricia Farrell,
Betty Argue.
Jay Foy.
Laura Donlin,
Burgess Hanson. Also, for the record, Mr. Michael Johnson is on Zoom.
Hi, Michael.
Rob Robinson.
Miriam Heiser.
Jeff Lawrence.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I'd like to start with welcoming remarks. I'd like everyone to please silence your cell phones. If you'd like to have conversations, please step outside because it's very distracting for us up here while we're trying to do our business. There will be comment cards in the red box. If you have not already filled one out, please do so. You're going to either comment for public record or a specific agenda item. Please note that agenda item on the comment card and whether or not you wish to speak. When you come up, everyone during public comment matters by the public will have 3 minutes. And if you opt to yield your time just to keep order back here on this end, you can yield, 2 people can yield to 1 person, and it's 3 minutes each. I'd also like to remind everybody to please remain civil to each other, to staff, to the board. There will be no personal attacks during any of the public comments and interruptions during any of the presentations. Well, we want to hear from you, and we're happy to give everybody updates on what their concerns are, or if we don't have one, we'll certainly provide one later. But we have a lot of business to take care of tonight, so we ask that you be respectful of the district's business. And thank you all for being here, because it's really important that we hear from everyone. And now I'd like to move into supervisors' welcoming remarks, which is just a brief greeting for the evening. Mr. Giordano, would you like to start?
Looks like we got a full house. Thanks everybody for coming. Hopefully we can have a good meeting and tackle some important issues. And because we have so many people, keep it brief. Thank you for coming.
Patty?
again, piggyback on what Elizabeth said and Keith, civil today. Let's keep everybody respectful, realize that we're all in here to make sure it's the best for our community. And that's all I've got.
I would like to thank all the residents who have been reaching out to me on various different issues. Thank you to all those who have come tonight and for participating in the district. So thank you.
Michael?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Need it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on to agenda approval, if the board doesn't mind, I'd like to take a personal preference here in respect to what we were going to do under staff presentations. We do have a Santa Rosa Grows update, and rather than have everybody sitting here until the end of the meeting stressing out and wondering what's going on, if the board doesn't mind, I'd like to move that up and also allow public comment at that time, which we normally don't do under the reports. However, as much as I'd like to do it first, we have our litigation attorneys here and they're not cheap. No offense, they're worth every penny, but we don't need to keep them here any longer than they need to be. So if the board will allow, I would like to move Mr. Hanson's comments from 11 to sit and create 6-1A.
Through the chair. I'd like to propose that we just make it 7.A as a regular discussion item, because I think there's some things that need to be discussed and some direction that needs to be provided to staff. So if we could just make it 7.A, we can do it before the change order. It's the same difference in terms of order.
What is she going to do? She's asking. I'm for Burgess.
I'm proposing we make it 7.A it's the same difference, except that it's a discussion item rather than a presentation. Because I believe the board needs to discuss and direct.
Michael?
Was it you, if Mr. Hanson did his,
I'm fine with that.
during his agenda item, would it have been allowed for discussion too? Because we're just
Yeah.
moving to one item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, could have been discussion. There would be no reason not to have discussion. Absolutely. Absolutely. There wouldn't have been public comment though.
Right. Which
So-
we're allowing.
Right, well, which I'd prefer to have the public comment at the same time. It just makes sense, and to have everybody wait doesn't make a lot of sense.
And we don't typically have that under presentations, public comment. So
Right, I understand that. That's why I asked for it.
Did Keith second that?
Okay. All right, everybody approved?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
all right, and thank you, Michael. And so now we need a motion to approve the regular agenda as presented with moving that, Mary?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Hey,
I'm sorry, who made the first? Thank you.
we don't do,
You made the first, I made the second.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right, and we're not doing public comment for that. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Michael?
Aye.
Okay, see that passes 5-0. All right, and now we'll start with our first presentation. Mr. Bedecker, excuse me, will be presenting. Mr. Hanson, would you like to start off?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Good evening, chairperson, board members. So tonight we have with us Mr. Bernard Lebedecker and Mr. J. Michael Berman. They have represented the district successfully in the case involving Sid Minto versus Indian Trail Improvement District. They are here tonight to speak specifically about what the final order was from Judge Octodal, as well as talk about the next steps in the process, which will include speaking about the potential. I believe the plaintiffs have filed for a rehearing, and then they're going to talk a little bit about what we will be filing to try to recapture costs that we spent on engineers, experts, other things, and then they'll also talk a little bit about the appeal. So, but they've done a very good job. I know we spoke about this at the last meeting, but that was a very big victory and for the district and for the landowners out here to protect our roads, our district roadways. So, Mr. Lebedecker, unless Ms. Viator has anything to add.
I turn it over to Mr. Lemon.
All right, good evening, folks. First of all, congratulations are in order. At this point, you have won your lawsuit and that has been a total victory. For those of you who've not followed the lawsuit, back in 2021, Minto sued the district, and the purpose of that suit was to allow Minto to connect two roads from its development to the west of you. One connection being at Persimmon, which would have essentially split your community in half and would have funneled a lot of traffic, not only from Minto's development, but from other developments that are going to be built later on out west through your community down Persimmon, which frankly is not designed for that. Would have been a nightmare for the people who live on that road. In two separate orders, the court granted what is called a summary judgment, meaning that facts of the case are so clear and the law is so in your favor that it does not need to hold a trial. And to summarize, what the court found was this: Indian Trails roads belong to the Indian Trail Improvement District. Those roads are funded by you folks. And although they are open to the public for travel, that doesn't mean the public, in this case, a developer, can simply connect to your roads and use them however they wish. The court entered a formal judgment to that effect, and we believe that will be very helpful, not only as it relates to Minto, but going down the road should other these developers sort of get it in their head that they can save money by utilizing your roads instead of building roads for themselves and for the people they're selling houses to. We think that judgment will stand as a bar to those kind of efforts. During the litigation, because it involved matters that required expert opinions, primarily opinions from traffic engineers, you guys spent a fair amount of money on expert witness fees. You spent a lot of money on transcripts. You spent a lot of money serving subpoenas. Every time we want somebody to testify, we got to get a witness to come. We got to subpoena them. That's $35 for the subpoena, and it's another hourly charge for the process server oftentimes. All told, the district spent approximately $480,000 in costs. When you win a lawsuit, you get the bulk of those costs back. And although the court does have discretion to refuse to award certain costs, looking at the cost motion that we're going to file next week, I think the bulk of those costs fall within non-discretionary categories where the judge has no choice but to order them to be recovered. And we anticipate that that hearing will occur sometime in June or July. Minto's lawyers will do everything they can to frustrate this part of the litigation, but we've got a really good judge and he wants to box this thing up and be done with it, which is the right thing to do. Minto has already stated that they will appeal the judgment. That process can take a whole nother year, but looking at what the court has done in this case, the court has not done any, what I would call creative judging. You know, he looked at some written documents, some right-of-ways, some easements, some well-established case law, and he simply applied the case law to the language in the documents. So this isn't a case where I think it's a good candidate for appeal, but we have to remember that Minto's effort to use your roads for nothing was motivated by and large by the county's approvals. Those approvals required them either to establish connections to the roads in the district or pay the county $18 million. So I don't think it's a good appeal. I think they're going to take it because why wouldn't you if you have a chance to save yourself $18 million? We have located appellate counsel, and certainly we will let your folks know both how much we recovered pursuant to our cost motion to go back to the district, and we'll let you know when the appeal is filed. And other than that, thank you. You've been a great client to work for.
I have just a couple of things to say. I was there when this case started. I've been boots on the ground, front line the whole time. And I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to give some of my favorite people that helped me and Benny and our law firm in this case. The first shout out goes to Betty Argue. She walked in my door with this case. Betty fought this battle with Minto and Sid for a long, long time, starting way back before 2014 when they got their approvals. And she sat for a deposition that lasted over 5 days in separate sessions. They tried to wear her out, but they didn't succeed, and she didn't bat an eye, and she buried him. So thank you, Betty, for everything, and all the phone calls at midnight that you sent me. It was wonderful. But anyway,
Thank you.
I want to mention Jay Foy. I want to mention Jay Foy also. Jay, all the technical issues, all the technical questions we had, he was my go-to guy from the beginning. Every question, he never said no. His answers were always direct and accurate. No BS from Jay. It was straight all the time. And I thank you, Jay, very much. I also want to thank Frank Palin, Mary Viator's partner. Frank provided a lot of legal insight into everything that has to do with the Special Improvement District, which is what you are. And you get special consideration because of that. Some not so special, but we found ways to handle that as well. And Frank just did a wonderful job, and I appreciate Frank. Last but not least, my friend Burgess Hanson, Mr. Go-To Guy. Burgess was there whenever we needed him with answers, with action. A lot of tours around this place, thanks to Burgess. And he just couldn't have done a better job as a client. And for that, we are deeply grateful. Now, the fact that I don't mention anybody else doesn't mean we don't appreciate everything everybody else did. But these are the folks that were on the front line with me from the beginning for over 3 years. And I thank you all.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
Said this last month, but I want to thank our team, everybody, for the incredible work. And Mary, you were there too, right from the beginning with the history of the district. And I think that every little piece is the puzzle and puts together the facts of where we're at today. And so I want to thank you guys for believing in us and for continuing to fight the good fight.
Now we are going to leave and get off the clock and not bill you guys anymore.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work. Okay. Our next presentation is by the Equestrian Trail and Infrastructure Advisory Committee. And Supervisor Farrell, you have an update for us?
So we've met a couple of times over the last couple months since I was assigned to be the non-voting chair there. The committee has a few items that they would like the board to consider. One would be getting more signs along 140th and 40th. They are looking at fencing to go along 130th by the area that we're getting ready to mill. We had some discussions there that I think will be brought back to the board later. But what's nice is we had quite a few new faces come and join the committee and put some very good positive input and thought into the choices that they're making for the community, for the equestrian area. So I expect some good things from this committee and progress and thought and ideas to make our area, the equestrian area, grow again. So
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. I know we had received an email. Are you seeing more leaning toward the turquoise signs or the yellow signs? I'm hearing like, some people think that the turquoise ones stand out more because you never see that and you're going to look
Right.
at it and there's a yellow sign in every corner people don't pay attention to, but then there are those that say, oh, the yellow signs are bright and they stand out. So
when we discussed it in the meeting back in May, the one thing we discussed was the turquoise and it being a symbol that it would be the equestrian sign. And it would bring recognition to turquoise is equestrian, turquoise is the horse, turquoise is, it's a color that we're going to try to bring and incorporate so that when people are driving around in Loxahatchee and they see a turquoise sign, they're going to register it as the equestrian area, an equestrian trail. So they seem pretty open to that idea. I think they were also thinking maybe some smaller signs that would have like a horse or something on there to kind of give an idea, maybe add some rules to the, not the rules, but kind of like the statute and also maybe things that drivers need to be aware of when they're passing horses or if they're on the sidewalk
Don't
and a horse
honk,
goes by. Don't race
slow
by,
down.
slow down, stop and let them cross. Whatever. I know they were talking about doing something like that also with the signs, but most of them seemed open with the turquoise sign. So I think it would be fun.
Okay.
Through the chair, just quickly.
Yes.
So we'll still use the yellow signs, but those are really FDOT standards. So as Ms. Farrell indicated, those turquoise signs, when you see that, it means you're not on
Means
a road
horse.
with a turquoise, with a equestrian trail, and the crosswalks would also be painted. The horse, where the horse would cross, would also be painted in.
Right. I like that
like that
idea.
idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Through the
Okay.
chair.
But we're not, excuse me, we're not gonna, we're not gonna eliminate the signs that are already there that are yellow. We're gonna leave
And
them,
we'll-
right?
We'll add new yellow signs. So
Okay.
So the turquoise is
both.
really above and beyond that.
Okay. Very good. So everybody's
I know, I
happy,
noticed it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I asked this when when those signs first went up, and I don't know that anybody's looked into it, but did we investigate about color blindness and whether or not people can
I
see
remember you
that?
mentioning that, yeah.
Well, it's the same way with the yellow signs. That's why we tried to put the horse larger with caution, or I forget the exact wording, but we try to make the letters much larger because the yellow FDOT standard, they really don't have anything. They just have the horse symbol. But yeah, we can look into that because when that was first suggested, we did have both Mr. Foy as well as our traffic engineer, Cap Tech, Mr. Joe Capra, also look at that.
Okay. I'm just curious if there's anybody that's colorblind that could actually look
I
at
have
that
a
and
friend-
tell us how.
I
they
have a
see
friend
it.
that is, so I can ask him if he
Yeah.
notices it. And he lives on
Because
Key
there's
Line.
like different color shades or
Yeah.
whatever. It would be interesting to know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, we can adjust that as we necessary.
Excellent. Michael, anything?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to our PVSO update with Lieutenant Sowers.
Good evening, everyone. Lieutenant Sowers of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. The summary tonight is for your vehicle crashes. You had a total of 27 in the month of May. 3 of those, or I'm sorry, I apologize. 6 of them were hit and runs. 15 were 15 of them were motor vehicle crashes with no injuries, and you had an additional 4 with injuries. And there's 2 others. One was unknown injuries. And just in the enforcement arena, we had a total of 985 traffic infractions. 391 were written warnings, 145 verbal warnings, and 449 citations. So any questions on that?
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the accidents you're seeing inside in our streets, like like in, I know I saw one the other day, Key Lime and Banyan. Are most of these accidents, are they like speed? Is it running stop signs? Is it both? What are you typically seeing here?
I don't have the actual breakdown of what the cause is. But it could be a number of different things. Our reports don't break it down that far.
Is there a way to get that information? Because I think I'd like to see if it's speed that tends to be, because I feel like our residential streets the speed limit is pretty high, 40 miles an hour on residential with children and playground and so on and so forth, that it would be interesting to see if speed is a predominant factor, that we can maybe bring that to the county for help with the speed limit signs out here.
Yeah, you can certainly get that information. It's not a problem.
Through the chair.
And actually with 2 questions, a follow-up and another one that I've asked in the past. Is there any way also to track how many of those accidents or the speeding tickets or residents and not residents? I know that's a little more difficult. to
That's
figure out.
a little bit more complex, yes.
The other thing in the past I've asked, it's nice to get the traffic out, what's happening with traffic, but I'd also like to see how safe is our community? Robberies, crimes, that I'd like to see that report, so our residents know that we're safe and still family oriented and we're not having a lot of violent crimes, robberies, etc. So I'd like that information. Thank you.
Okay, we can certainly discuss that. Absolutely.
Through the chair, if there's particular road other than a county road, but district roads, we can certainly do traffic counts. We have that capability. It wouldn't necessarily be PBSO. As far as criminal reports, they do provide that. It's on a monthly basis, and that's emailed to you.
Yeah.
So,
Through the chair.
Mhm.
In relation to what you're saying, in the past, we've had Cat Tech do an evaluation of our high crash locations. And I think it's probably been a year or two. Maybe it's time for an update on that.
yes.
'Cause I
So-
I think it would be important to kind of bring that to the county if it winds up being a speed or even stop signs or whatever.
It's
Yeah.
always that.
Yeah.
We've got at least 15 high crash locations.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you, a lot of them are centered around intersections. So-
There's quite a few
Seminole
on the
and
corner.
Orange.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Seminole and Orange. I know
Seminole and
Seminole and
Orange.
Or Key Lime and Banyan has had several accidents there. But when I drove by the other day, it looked like car was T-boned and flipped and was leaning up against a corner tree or whatnot. But yeah, I think it would be interesting to see because maybe it's something that we need to bring to the county's attention, maybe slow it down. We're much more populated than we were back in the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can absolutely explore it.
Thank you.
problem.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Michael, did you have anything?
No.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, 6.4, our fire rescue update, with Battalion Chief Abdilanour. Did I say that right? I hope I said that right.
I mean, I don't see her.
Neither came.
I know that Chief Romero cannot come. so
Right, and we were supposed to
battalion
have-
chief was supposed to be. here,
Right.
but not sure.
Didn't make
Maybe
it.
there was.
Okay,
If there was a major.
if there was a
accident
call,
or
right, the
emergency,
battalion
they
chief
would
can't
be
come.
on
Okay.
Site.
all right. So, I guess we'll move on to our regular agenda. And, for those that weren't here, we put, the executive, report, which has to do with Santa Rosa Groves. We moved that up to 7A. Supervisor Farrell is going to collect the cards. So if you'd like to speak, once again, please make sure you have your card in. And, we'll give you that opportunity after the updates are given. No,
Am I interrupting?
No,
Just
no,
sorting.
no, you're good. You're good. All right.
Well, I'll wait.
You want to, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, let them, yeah.
All right.
No, it's
No, you're
okay.
fine.
We don't need to rush.
Yeah.
We want to, it got a little hectic last time, so we want to make sure that everything is in order. And the reason why we're asking about, the yielding time, because it did get a little confusing and Patty's having to do math and that's not fair, so.
Not fair and it's not fair.
You
We're gonna
you
start
ready?
the
Okay,
Yeah,
ready,
yeah, I
yes.
just wanted to make sure.
Yes, so
Okay,
go ahead. You
so-
want to start
Yeah,
and then you
yes,
could
I will
turn it
start.
over
So
and
again,
I'll give
good
my update.
evening, ladies and
Yes,
gentlemen.
thank you.
So, at the last, District Board of Supervisors meeting, direction was given to Miss Akamundo and staff, including myself, Mr. Foy, Miss Viator, Mr. Palin, to, reach out to GL Homes, to the county, and to try to come back with some information about what the next steps would be in the process. So, while Ms. Akamundo was not part of one meeting, she was able to set up or schedule a meeting with GL Homes with Mr. Larry Portnoy and Mr. Kevin Rattery. Mr. Foy and I already had another meeting scheduled with Mr. David Riggs and Miss Virginia Baker. Mr. David Riggs is the county engineer, Miss Virginia Baker is the county administrator, on a separate matter with legal. And at the end of that meeting, actually, we did not bring it up. Ms. Baker did. And we just informed her at this point. We gave her the background of the same thing we did at the last board meeting, why it was removed. Mr. Foy went into a little more detail. Mr. Ricks had some questions. And then we said, we'd be coming back to the board this upcoming meeting on June 5th to make some recommendations to the board. on Monday, this past Monday, and part of the reason why this was not a regular item on the agenda, because we just did not have some of the information and we didn't even know we were going to be able to meet with Mr. Portnoy and Mr. Rattery until late Thursday. So at that meeting on Monday with GL Homes, which Mr. Robinson, Mr. Foy, and as I said, Ms. Accomundo was in attendance there, as well as Bobby Pointer, who is the operations or district manager for the Cypress Groves Community Development District. We're at that. At that point in time, again, we kind of went through the background of it, but then we went into a little bit more discussion with Mr. Portnoy, Larry Portnoy, who serves on both the CDD as well as the vice president for GL Homes. He had offered at that meeting that they would install a culvert at the Carroll Street, 60th Street location. However, they would install it wet and as a farm type of installation, which was there prior, but with new pipe. So we certainly, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Foy, but I'll give a very brief scenario. If you have more technical questions, either Mr. Robinson or Mr. Foy can answer those. But basically, district has concerns. We did not say yes. We did not say no. We just said we had some concerns with doing that again. Number one, they would need to submit for a special permit because they are connecting to the works of the district and it's also on our property. So we would need some type of permit review of what goes in there. The second thing that we had some concerns about is depending on the length of the pipe and if they're using multiple pipes to create a longer pipe, then we certainly have concerns that depending on how the base of the canal is and if it's not dewatered, then you don't know what that is. It could cause shifting in the joints of the pipe. And again, Mr. Foy can speak more to that. So that was some of our concerns. And then about when they're putting in the fill on top of it, making sure it's properly compacted, things of that nature. There's also the issue from a legal standpoint, which again, I'm not the attorney, but I will give some summary here about it. There is concern that when you're putting in a pipe like this and it's meeting a different standard than what is the current standard that we are using as a district, that could create a potential liability in the future, depending on what the use is, whether it's 10 years or 20 years. So again, this does not mean that we said, no, we're not going to do that. What we said is we need to further investigate this. Mr. Palin and Ms. Viator could not be at that meeting. So Mr. Foy and I had to speak to them the next day. I know that there was a subsequent conversation with the board president that none of us were involved in, but I'll let Ms. Accomundo talk about that. What we also told to the county, or what I told to the county and to Mr. Portnoy, Mr. Pointer, and Mr. Rattery, is one of the things that I'm going to be doing as the executive director on behalf of the engineer and the attorney is we would like to send a letter to all the landowners within Unit 20, Santa Rosa Groves, find out, do you want a culvert back in at this location? And if you do, then simply check yes and sign your name and send it back in. Very simple. And that way we actually have an accurate count. That's not somebody calling up Keith or me or any one of you or other people. It's not a Facebook poll or some other scientific, survey. It's simply like we do with millings or other projects that we've done. Do you want to do this? Yes or no? And then we'll also include what the cost would be if the board does want to do it at this district standard. That again is a policy decision for the board to consider. But I would advise you to also listen to the engineer and what some of their his concerns as well as the legal concerns and staff concerns that we have about it, but you'll make whatever decision you would like. You know, if in fact Santa Rosa Groves residents, Unit 20 residents do want to put a culvert in there.
Excuse me one second. In the back, please try to keep it down. If you'd like to talk, please step outside. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So if in fact they do want to have the culvert, then we would come back to the board with what GL offered. You know, do you want to put in this type of culvert? And let GL do it, or do you want to put in what is the standard for the district? And it doesn't necessarily have to be 120 feet. We've Mr. Foy and Mr. Robinson and Mr. Lester, our Chief Operations Officer, they've all talked about that. That might not necessarily have to be that long. But again, we will come back with that recommendation to the board. At that point, you can make a decision. One of the other recommendations that I would be making to the board, and I've talked to, I think, all of you about this, including Mr. Johnson, who's not here, but on Zoom, is from my perspective, if we reopen this road and we know that there's been a lot of input from Sunny Urban Meadows, I would make the recommendation to the board to consider partial activation where they pay for either the design, the installation of this district standard culvert, as well as any improvements or maintenance to Carroll and eventually Louise, or what we often refer to now as just Orange Boulevard. But again, that is a board policy decision, but I do not see how you can have the maintenance or improvement of these roads lie solely on the backs of Unit 20 homeowners, because that's not the way we've done it. And that's not the way we have been doing it since we've received this judgment. And later tonight on the regular agenda, we also have some items on there that our attorneys, not Ms. Viator or Mr. Palin, but Mr. Berman and Mr. Lebedecker are recommending that we do. So, Mr. Foy, I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but I tried to cover yours.
I'll just respond to questions.
Yes, and
Okay.
Ms. Viator, Mr. Palin,
I'm fine.
Rob, I think. covered
We're wearing
everything.
copy.
Yeah. So again, that's where we are right now. So tonight, what I'm looking for, at least from my perspective, is, you know, consensus of
Right.
us sending a letter.
I think
to
that's
the
where we
unions.
need to start. Absolutely. Because yes, there are a lot of people that want it, but I'm also hearing from people that are saying, you know, it's quieter now. I don't want it. I don't want to have to pay for it. I don't need it. So I think it's important, just like we did when we activated, to hear from every single resident. You mentioned about my subsequent conversation. So I did have a discussion with Mr. Portnoy, and I explained to him that unless he can provide us with engineered stamp plans, that is not something we could accept for the permit. And I was advised by Mr. Palin and Ms. Viator about that. So I suggested to him that, well, if you were going to spend X amount of dollars to do it in an ag way rather than, you know, a current or future use way, would he take those dollars then and put it toward it? They do have tenants that use that road, and he was acceptable. You know, he was a little resistant at first, but he was accepting of that in the end of the conversation. So that is an option for us down the road. So. Keith?
Yeah, I think you might have just hit on what I said. You had mentioned that GL Homes was willing to pay for an agricultural culvert and not what we want. So if we charge X amount of dollars, would they pay their portion? And that way the Santa Rosa Groves would not be hit as hard, as well as the activation of Sunny and Irving Meadows so that more people are in this pot to pay to correct it, so these people can get their road reopened.
Through the chair. Yes, I believe that's what Ms. Akamundo's conversation with Mr. Portnoy was, in fact, that they would be begrudgingly, it sounds like, open to doing that.
Right. Okay.
Okay, I have a few questions. So Ms. Akamondo touched on the one point about the cost. What do they expect the cost for a farm type culvert to be put in?
They're thinking around 55,000.
So 50 or 55,000 they would put in, and we're figuring $340,000.
If I may, yeah. So that was our original estimate based on 120-foot length pipe. I believe Mr. Robinson and Mr. Foy, as I said, Mr. Lester kind of went back, and I'm not sure they have the final number yet, but it would probably be much less than that, because I believe they're looking at either 100 feet or maybe 80 feet, but I leave that to them to answer that.
Okay. You're on.
Right, when I think about this, my brain processes what would we go through, and what we would go through would be a permit application. We would evaluate the permit application. We aren't in the current position of designing the culvert. If we did it to our current Indian Trail standards, it would be 120 feet. But this is not by us. It would be submitted by an applicant that's on our property, and it connects to Carroll Street, which is an active unit. So we would review for meeting our standards. And we don't have a particular standard in this area, but our current standard requires 120 feet. If you shorten it up, you'll probably have to use guardrail. But again, that would be, the burden would be on the applicant to apply for what they wanted to put in, and then we would evaluate it. I haven't thought about us putting it in as an initiative, because that would be much later down the road when it would be decided the culvert's needed or wanted by Santa Rosa Groves, and you would maybe activate the Sunny Urban Meadows to pay for it, which is a water control plan. So my thought process really hasn't been focused on us constructing the culvert, because that could only happen after the year or longer process for activating Sunny Urban Meadows, unless Santa Rosa Groves, with maybe a GL contribution, are willing to pay whatever the difference is.
So you were touching on who does the work. So right now, is it CDD is looking to do the work and we would make them do the standard?
They won't. do the
They won't do
standard.
the standard,
They-
no matter who's Santa Rosa Groves
Doesn't
says,
matter.
yes, we'll contribute. They don't want to take on that.
Yeah, just if I should, through the chair, so just to be clear, so if the board says, yeah, send the letter, and Santa Rosa Groves residents or landowners come back and say, yeah, we want this, then at that point, we would say to the board, do you want GL to submit a permit and put it in to whatever their standard may be? Or do you want us to go through and put it in at our standard? And then we ask GL Homes whether or not they would like, to contribute to that, which according to Ms. Akamondo, they would up to a certain dollar amount.
Okay. In that notice that you're talking about, I'm sorry, I have a lot of questions.
It's,
Sorry.
no, ask away, by all means.
With the notice that you're stating you're gonna send out, or you'd like to send out, information that'll be on there would be the cost. If it was Santa Rosa Grove, that would have to contribute?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a few $1,000s a
Well, it
parcel?
would be, number one, we would put in that GL has also offered to do this, but it may not be to our standard. And if the board wants it at a different standard, then we would say it would be this amount.
And that standard, just to make that clear, is the board's decision,
Yes.
period. All right,
But
Well,
I would like to clarify. So if the board says, we appreciate GL's offer, we would like them to contribute, I think what Mr. Foy said is we would take a look at it, and it might not be the current standard of 120. It could be 100 feet or something else.
Right.
But there's other safety factors that we would have to put in.
Jay, what are your thoughts of the wet farm type versus, because I think you were saying you would have to dredge the area, correct, or something to that to where you cut off the water and put it in properly?
The standard process is to dewater, compact. Wow. All the detail, he's done this, I've looked at it. And then as you put the pipe in, and as you put fill, you have to compact around the haunches of the pipe, for that's what gives the pipe the support. If you don't support the pipe and it's a flexible pipe, everything but concrete really is flexible, even metal,
Mhm.
it will flex and over time flex. So that's the standard in an agricultural. And the crossing of Coconut and the M Canal. That was put in wet. It was structural arch pipe. And the city of West Palm Beach did not want to close off the canal. So with special structural pipe, you can do it. But it's certainly not standard. So our standard and all pipe standards, other than agricultural, are typically to dewater and compact on the way up. Does that answer the question?
I think so.
And I might add that arch pipe is not what GL wants to do. Basically, they want to do what they did before
Right,
and hold it down with rock or whatever they need to
Right,
do
which
there. Yeah.
failed after like 12 years.
Well,
About.
keep in mind that it was a used pipe. Actually, both were used pipes.
Okay.
So,
So we know there's.
yeah, right.
Okay.
That's their standard. Yeah.
Okay. So,
And at the time, that was okay.
right,
Because back then it was mostly agricultural use,
Right.
but it's not. And then we have to consider future use, as Frank Pellin advised me as well.
all right, last, I promise,
Okay, then keep.
the responsibility, so. It's on CDD, I mean, it attaches to Indian Trails, but essentially it's in CDD property. Yeah,
It's on Indian
Yeah.
Trail Improvement District property.
it is on Indian,
Yeah.
okay, okay,
And it's connecting basically a county road, 60th Street, to a district road, which is Carroll Street.
right,
Through the chair.
One second, keep. Hold on, keep
I
doing
need
that.
to correct what he just said, because it's not a county road. It's on the county thoroughfare
Well,
map,
it's on-
but the
yes,
county
Sorry.
does not, yeah.
The county doesn't take care of it. They
GL
they
owns the road
courtesy,
right
they
now.
own the underlying land,
Yeah.
right?
Owns
On the
it.
road itself.
They own
And
the
it's an
road. It's
easement,
subject to an
right,
easement.
right.
And it's
But that's
courtesy
Yes.
within
maintained.
Yeah.
CDD.
CDD,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
so that's what,
The
So the
CDD controls the canal.
right.
own the
and
land, but
actually
they control the
this is where
canal.
This culvert is going is in the
Right.
canal, correct, okay, so,
Just to be clear, the county right now is courtesy grading that stretch of roadway, at least out to a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, it's very.
Yeah,
convoluted.
it's a
Okay.
mess. It's a mess.
all right. Okay,
Good.
that's all I got.
Okay, Keith,
Mr. Hanson, I think what a lot of the residents would like to know, we have thrown out a lot of ideas. What's the time frame that we can get something done for Santa Rosa Groves?
Well, I mean, the time frame is gonna be based on, what happens here tonight with the board. If the board has consensus to send a letter out, then we'll draft a letter and send it out or we'll draft a letter, we'll send it to the board to look at. Any of you that may have individual input, certainly take it into account. Then what we would do is mail it, not certified mail, because certified mail now is $8 an envelope.
mhm,
So we would send that out and cover what I basically just stated, and then have something at the bottom that says, yes, would like a culvert, and no, you would not like a culvert. Or we can add a third option that, yes, they like a culvert put in at the ag standard, or yes, at the district standard. But I just think you need to know, yes, they want a culvert, or no, they do not want a culvert. Because I
Keith
think the
was
board
next.
itself really needs
I'd like
to
to
set
speak on
what
some of
that,
too.
mhm.
yeah.
Follow-up question to that, I'd like to make the motion to give the staff permission to go ahead and draft the letter so we can hurry up and get it out to do something for our residents.
Through the chair. I'm hearing a lot of, we don't know, we need to find out information, and I think sending out a letter at this point is premature because there's some things that have not been discussed here tonight that I brought up at the last meeting. And one of them is that when we activated Santa Rosa Groves, we did not charge for connection to an impact on the other roads east of you. So that being said, if you're going to ask residents what they want and it's a yes or no, that yes or no is going to be contingent on how much it's going to cost them. And we need to know. We
Right.
need to make
Agreed.
decisions about that.
Mhm.
So if we get there and at the end of the day, they say, yes, this is what we want, and this is what the long-term impact is, then okay. Then we're sending one letter
Right.
and they have all of the information. Right now, we don't have that information.
I think
Well,
the
we-
hands and
we
civics have
do.
put the price on the letter.
Yeah.
The
we-
price that, okay, so I've got the floor right now, right? And the price that was actually suggested that would be on there would be the cost of the culvert. What is not discussed is what is the cost of Santa Rosa Groves without the culvert? And only a connection to Louise and going east and all those roads. And I brought up last week that case in point, we had a discussion about 180th and those landowners on 180th and the outrageous costs that it would be to them. And in all fairness, we need to be consistent. So there's that.
Mhm.
And my quick back of the napkin math said that would be $3,500 a year versus a one-time assessment if the Santa Rosa Groves residents were paying for it. A one-time assessment of $3,500. So I think we as a board need to have all the information. And I think the residents need to have all the information before we're surveying them and saying, what do you want? Because I know personally, if you're asking me if I want a culvert for 3,500 or no culvert for 3,500 a year, and when I'm going with the culvert for 3,500 because it's cheaper. So that's my personal preference. If I were voting on it. What I'm curious about, because I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, and I've heard some rumors. And so I'm wondering if you can help clarify. Are there things going on in that area that concern you about having that culvert connected? Because I think the board deserves to know
Such as
If-
what?
development, a connection to that road that doesn't currently
Well,
exist.
my-
Point of order, is this relevant to just trying to get a letter or the cost for these?
It is
people to have?
absolutely relevant to the discussion of this. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy to answer that.
And-
So there are concerns. There are concerns that now it's become quite clear that, and it's obvious that since the road was improved, there is an inactive unit using it. As we know, FPL paid to get easement rights to Louise, right? I believe it was $50,000. So we know that GL is willing to put in money. So how is it that we're going to have Sunny Urban Meadows connecting? And yes, development is a concern because we know there's a potential of having all these homes built if GL doesn't eventually get a land swap. And if they do, what will end up being there? We don't know yet, right? Last time it was a water feature, which was great. It may be something completely different next time. So yes, there is that concern that 81 residents are paying for the maintenance and now there's not money to mill that road as we had hoped and understood that there wasn't going to be enough money. So now what is the maintenance cost going to be to keep Carroll up to par when we've got all this heavy truck activity now in Santa Rosa Groves? We don't know what's coming. We don't know what's coming in Santa Rosa Groves. If GL builds the Cowan parcel, we know there's going to be 600 homes there and the potential for commercial. So yes, of course, that's a consideration. Not just thinking about today and what's happening right now, although what's happening right now and what was happening 3 years ago is a 180 because 3 years ago, we had mostly residences. Now we're seeing every lot just about sold off, and we're seeing a lot of different types of businesses happening in there. And I'm not going to call out anybody in particular, but yes, it's taking a toll on the roads. So yes, of course, that's a concern, and should be a concern for every single landowner in Santa Rosa Groves.
Okay, so you mentioned an increase in truck traffic.
Mhm.
Is that truck traffic coming from outside Santa Rosa Groves?
Yeah,
or-
so if you recall, when they were building the solar farm, FPL was supposed to be using orange, but GPS
Excuse me?
sends
Who's
everyone.
in the kitchen there? He needs to step out for his phone call.
Who's on the phone?
Sorry.
Gentlemen
I agree.
in the back, please. If you need to make a call or speak amongst yourself, please step outside. Thank you. So yes, so we see, from Costa Farms, we see semis coming in from there.
Okay,
We
hold
see
on.
FPL, Costa
is
Farms is north of Santa Rosa Groves,
It-
not in an
it's-
active unit.
Part of the CDD, correct?
Mhm.
It's part of GL's.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm just saying that for the record.
Right.
Because
Right. So
Okay.
that's all of those farms. You've got Hopeton, all of that. Their trucks come through there.
Mhm.
Yes, we absolutely see that. When FBL was building the solar farms, like I was saying, we were seeing all the traffic there to the point where, unfortunately, it was at the end of the building. They actually put a guy on the corner in a side by side redirecting the trucks. And even though Costa has a sign and they don't tell people to come down the road, that's the way GPS sends everyone. Then we've got an activity within Santa Rosa Groves that is creating truck traffic.
Which
So
is illegal.
yes,
Okay.
but like I said, I'm not calling anybody out on that because
No,
we're
but
not
it's
here
important to be
to
talking
do
about
that.
all the factors.
Right.
Okay.
So these trucks and tow trucks are creating a lot of problems. And so look at it, glass half full, glass half empty. Now they're using half the road instead of the whole road. I mean, I don't know how else to say that, but the internal is not going to change unless those operations are ceased. And that's nothing we can do anything about, or I'm trying to do, that is what it is. But yes, there is a lot of outside use of the culvert. And you said 180th, right? So we're charging these people that are not in an active unit. Now, the people in Sunny Arbor Meadows are upset that they can't use it because since the road is better, they have been using it. And I certainly don't blame them. They would have got stuck before, but now they're using it. So are we going to say it's okay for Sunny Arbor Meadows to use this road and Santa Rosa Groves residents only to pay for it? And for Costa Farms and the CDD and everybody else. Now we know GL is going to activate if and when they ever build, but they're not activated now. But here's $50,000 to help.
They pay for their agricultural traffic.
Right.
Through the
So
chair. I would say, which is through a lot, because when I was out there, when did we do the litter, when we did the, cleaning up?
Oh, the
Yeah.
adopt a road.
Adopt a road
Yeah.
on a Saturday morning, I would say at least just in the 45 minutes we were there, 6 trucks. I think 6 fully loaded semis, farm trucks
Going
went
to Costa
driving
Farm.
by us and back. So there's a lot of, and that was on a,
April.
and that was a Saturday.
April.
It was what?
And
I think it was October,
it
it
was
was a fall.
Oh, you're thinking about
Oh.
the actual cleanup.
Right.
Yeah, no,
No,
this
this
is that.
was, we just went for a photo in front of the sign as a starter, and it was a lot of traffic. It was, and they were going back and they were going forth. So
And I'm just going to say for the record, because I've been hearing a lot of rumors too. And, I just want to say my house is set back over 500 feet from the road. I don't really see the traffic and I don't even get the dust unless I'm right up front. You've been there, right? Unless you're at the front gate. I've got 8-foot bushes. I've got, I'm not seeing it.
I don't
So,
wanna- I don't
for
wanna
those
get into
people
that.
saying that it's a benefit for me, because we want to
No.
talk about rumors.
No, because
Talk
what I
about
want to
rumors.
know is what you know, because I think that the board, in order to make decisions.
Sure,
and the
absolutely. And that's
residents,
why we're
They need to know.
absolutely.
So the other thing is that, I do want to state that when we created Santa Rosa Groves, the conditions in terms of Santa Rosa Groves, Sunny Urban Meadows, and who would be using Carroll Street was thoroughly discussed. And the decision by the Santa Rosa Groves residents where they were willing to accept that until a future date when the residents surrounding would be sharing in that cost.
Right, and that's,
I can't. no,
let me
hold-
interrupt you just 1 second, because I want to say back then, the road was soft sugar sand and nobody was using it. So of course, they're going to agree to that at that time. But as soon as the road got improved, now we've got people running down the road 60 miles an hour. So there's a big difference. You're comparing apples to oranges when you say
I'm
that.
not comparing
Because everything
anything.
has changed.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So the fact is that we discussed and made sure that everybody understood that if you want Carroll Street improved, other people are benefiting from it. We do not have the ability to assess other people. In the future, we may. I can tell you what I'm hearing from the Sunny Urban Meadows residents is they want no part of having to activate with ITID because of the way that this was handled. And that's just how they feel about it. So that's a concern. I do think, I have a question for Jay. In terms of our standards, right? Our standards are based on the exurban tier. They're not based on a rural tier agricultural development. And in this case, this is a road that is in an agricultural rural tier area. So is it possible that we could actually create a different policy, just like we did for Santa Rosa Groves, that would be the rural tier, because we have only a few areas throughout the district that are rural. And in addition to that, only Santa Rosa Groves is active right now. Okay. So that's something that I'd like to know if we can do that and what that would look like. I think that's kind of the direction you guys were going in terms of the width and those kinds of things. But again, I think that we would need to, as a board, adopt that policy and say, this is what we're willing to accept, not the other way around. Do you see what I'm saying? And based on your engineer's recommendation.
The quick,
Yes.
the quick answer is yes, we could certainly look at what a different standard would be. It would still have to meet engineering standards, DOT safety standards at minimum. And I'm challenged at the moment to think of adopting a policy for a culvert that's actually not in the unit. But as I recall my conversation with Mary, we can do something outside of it if it benefits the unit. So that's an interesting conversation that we would need to have. I'm not asking for.
It's within the
additional
boundaries.
There's a big extra issue is that it has to be in the water control plan, like.
It's
if-
not.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, to be able to do within or without, it can be without. However, it still has to be part of the water control plan, so the plan would have to be amended accordingly.
Okay.
If I may, just jump in real quick.
I'm not done, but yeah.
Well, no, it's specific to that, to where you're going with this. You know, part of the reason why we wanted to try to get an understanding of what Santa Rosa Groves wants out there is everything that they do, everything that he does moving forward with this will all be charged to Santa Rosa Groves unless the board gives direction otherwise, because it is an indirect benefit. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to try to do something to at least say, yeah, they want it. So let's start moving forward. Because part of the concept is exactly what you were talking about with, you know, do they pay more, you know, if they're going up through unit 4 or, you know, do they pay into the R3 to pay off the debt? Because arguably they won't be going on quarter-mile or half-mile dead end roads. They'll be mainly going on R3 roads, which would be 180th, Mandarin, Orange, so forth. So,
But that's the same with 180th, not
Yeah.
nothing.
yeah, no, I understand,
All
but,
right.
but.
No, because
the-
180th goes right directly through Unit 4, where Center
It goes
Rosa
right
Groves
directly
does
through the
not.
R3 roads.
Right, the
which-
R3, right, but not
Yeah.
Unit 4.
Yeah.
And
Right.
actually, Orange Boulevard is not specifically named in the R3.
Mm.
Only for speed tables.
Yeah.
So It's, anyway,
But I guess where I was going with it is, as we're doing this, we've wanted to do an amendment to the R3 road plan anyway. So this would be another reason to do it.
okay, so the next question I have is, we have the ability to waive permit fees in the event that it's something that benefits us or our development, like the unit, correct?
Yeah, we weren't looking to charge GL for a permit fee, just that they had to get one.
Okay, I'm looking for staff to answer the question because Jay, in the past, our fees are for your review, legal review, everybody else's review. So in this situation, we could waive the fees if it was being paid by somebody else, and it doesn't need to be in a plan if it was being paid by someone else.
But it still has to get put into a plan. Yes, it does. So
We can-
it can be funded by others. It can be funded by others and it then becomes a minor plan amendment, but it still has to go become a plan.
If you have enterprise funds,
Yes?
you can, so Mary,
Well, no, but let's answer. let's know what
because
the
we have
question
done
is.
improvements, I'm just saying, with enterprise funds where there was not an amendment to a water control plan. So we need to be consistent here. So do we need to do it or not? Because Hamlin Boulevard is an example, right? Between Coconut and Grapeview, that was paved by George Elmore. That was in an agreement. It was not put in any unit of development. They paid for it. They did it, right?
We did do it,
Okay.
but I'm trying to understand your question. So,
May I help a little bit, hopefully, and not confuse things? The purpose of the capital funds up front, which are bonded, you can construct those without the benefit cost because you don't have the cost.
Right.
However, if it's something new, not a road that's already there, you are still obligating the future land use, the future unit to pay for the maintenance. So if you have something new, who's going to pay for the maintenance? That's,
Right.
the water control plan addresses both capital and
I understand.
ongoing costs.
Okay.
maintenance space.
Right.
Frank, do you recall with GL Homes, when we negotiated the terms and that they agreed to with the county, what the additional prop share funds were that were being paid to be used within ITID? In my recollection, it was at least $2 to $5 million. So,
They're going to use, they're gonna use their to build Indian Trail Roads.
no, this was separate and apart from that. So we have our agreement with them where they're responsible to do certain improvements according to Jay's assessment at the time, yada, yada, yada. This is additional prop share funds that was a condition. So I didn't expect that there would be an answer tonight. I was hoping that you would recall it. So this is what I'd like to request. That we talk with the county and find out what that amount was. I believe it was 5 million. As long as it's enough to cover the cost of the culvert, then my suggestion would be that we look at requesting that amount of money from that $5 million be used to do that improvement. Okay,
Now, if GL doesn't ever build there, they're never gonna have to pay that.
well, my understanding is that, anyway, that's possible, but my understanding is they are building Cowan. So again, I think we need to get information.
I
And
think the first thing we need to do before we do anything and spend a lot of staff time dollars and legal dollars and going to the county when we've got so much going on already is to find out that the people want it and we move forward and then go from there. And I understand, everybody understands there's going to be a cost associated with it. What that cost is going to be, we don't know. But unless we know that, yes, in fact, the majority of the people want it, that makes the most sense to start there. Let's start there. And then if we have to amend a water control plan or create a new one for the connection Carroll Street and Louise that everybody's paying into, because remember now there's Louise also, and nobody's paying for that, and everybody's concerned that that doesn't get maintained. So
The chair, again, all of these things need to be discussed and need to be conveyed to the residents at one time, not prematurely, because my decision would be based on all of those other factors. You cannot send a letter.
but this is why
requesting
we're discussing all
survey.
this now.
Right, and that's why
Right.
I'm saying,
Right.
I think
There-
we need more information before we survey the residents, because without that information, they're making a decision without all the information.
Okay, so we
So that's what I'm
know,
trying to
we know
say.
if we do it, what the cost is. We know how many acres are in Santa Rosa Groves. So you've got people paying anywhere from $2,500 to $25,000 in their share of the pipe. We know that dead off. If GL does it, if everybody says, oh, we don't care, just put the ag pipe in and our attorneys are okay with that, then there's no cost to the community. Only the cost of the perpetual maintenance, which we're not going to be able to put a dollar amount on. Because again, it's Carroll Street, where's the money going to come from to mill Carroll Street? So we're dealing with a dirt road with muck underneath that within 2 days of being graded, we were getting maintenance requests to the office to grade the road,
Which road are we talking about?
Carroll Street, before the pipe was out. So they had graded, and then within 2 days, there were maintenance requests for the road because all those areas that have the muck are now all soft. And if you drive in that, you're getting stuck. But and since the pipe has been closed, the road appears to be taking much less, obviously, impact.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
Was, Rob, can you please speak to that? Because my understanding is the road was being demucked and built up. So why are we dealing with that?
Through the chair. Carroll Street, with the borings, there is muck between Antoinette running north about 300 to 400 feet that we have found with the borings. There are other soft spots in there when back, I guess it was the fall 2 years ago, when we brought the dozer in there to get rid of all the whoop-de-doos after their initial activation. Just put a skim coat of rock and material down on that just to firm everything up. And that's held up not so bad. So now with the dry spells, it's getting soft spots, and there are several soft spots that are north, and we've had to keep coming in there, put material in to build them up. So that nothing has been demucked. It is future work. So
All right, well, I don't want to take up any more time right now. Again, my opinion is that we should not be sending out a letter until there's certain information that comes back to the board that's been requested. And I think there's more homework that needs to be done. And I'd like to hear from the residents.
Through the chair, if I can address that. So let me take a crack at this letter. And I believe we have a meeting coming up on July 16th where I can bring it back to the board with your comments with unit 4 and the R3, those costs that would be associated if you don't put the culvert in. But then I think you still have to consider some of those costs then if you do put the culvert in, because now you have the potential until that road is taken over by the county and GL meets whatever the permit level is to build it, that Sunny Urban Meadows could go up and go through Orange and 180th and all of those roads as well. And we should take that into
They
account.
always have.
Yeah, I understand, but we're trying to, now that we have a judgment, we're trying to clean all of this up for obvious reasons, not just with that, with the items we have later where we're having, legal cut through from Loxahatchee Groves as well. So again, I'm just saying I'm bringing a draft with all of that. You can cut, paste, and add as you see fit, but we will bring that back and we can have a special, we already have a meeting scheduled for the 16th. And then you have one the following week on whatever the day is, 23rd or 24th. I believe it might be the 24th.
All right, and I'd also
So-
like to direct that you find out the information about the prop share and whether or not that's a possibility, which would require you talking to the county.
Yeah, yeah, I have no problem talking to either Pat Rudder or David
Right.
Ricks.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Back to the motion that I tried to make a while back. I would like to direct staff not to necessarily send the letter out now, but to get staff all concerned, you, the attorneys, the engineers, everything we've discussed now, to bring back to the table at the July 16th meeting, because we have hurricane season, we have the rainy season, these people want an
All the more
answer.
reason. not
One
to
way, one way or the other, they need an answer. We can't
Right.
keep kicking the can down the road.
That's-
Betty's brought up a lot of good points, but bottom line, these people want an answer.
Right, that's
And
why,
that's why I want to make
Need
the
the letter.
motion that we work toward getting it done. However, we need to get it done, but we need to move forward so these people know where they stand. So that's my motion.
so sending the letter to know
Not
where
sending
they
a letter, but
stand.
Creating.
To creating the drafting,
Right, the
Yeah,
letter, right.
right.
Yeah, but do you really want to wait until July to bring it back to us?
Well, this is June. We need
July
to vote.
16th. Yes, I'll second
Right.
your motion.
You'll
So
second
that's
it.
waiting 3 weeks.
Yeah,
Okay,
but we'll have a good letter, so, and a good roadmap of where we need to go and how we're gonna get there and how we're gonna pay for it, et cetera, so that our residents know that we're working for them, because all of us here are working for them.
right, right. And we have those options. We have those options. So we know what the options are.
So the motion's on the
absolutely.
table. I've seconded
So-
it.
Okay, everybody in favor?
Are we gonna have
Through-
public
um,
comment?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we gotta do
through the
public
chair-
comment. Wait, go
Through the
ahead.
chair. Maybe Mr. Johnson, because not sure if he's
Oh.
wanted to. speak.
Michael, sorry. Michael,
Yeah.
Michael. Hello.
Thank you.
This happened last time.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was on another screen hitting the space bar. Computer. No, I mean,
Comments?
I agree. I mean, either way they look at it, I mean, you got a bunch of residents used to having it. Some want it, some don't. It's really up to the residents and who wants to pay for it and who's willing to pay for it. If they don't want it now, and it doesn't go through, doesn't mean we can't do it in a year, 2, 3, 4 years. I mean, it's not like it's done now for good, and like Burgess said, everything going on legal, it's, good to look at this and the connections we're making, but there was a bridge there was a road there, and they were used to it, and, that's part of the stuff they were paying. So, like I said, I think the input from the residents is definitely, the number one thing at this point, and then who's gonna pay for it and how?
Right. Okay. Thank you, Patty.
Through the chair. I'm sorry, I just wanted to state that the meeting is Monday, July 15th.
July 15th. Thank
And-
you.
Yeah.
And that's
did
the
that
joint
last-
workshop with the AAL Executive Board.
Oh, so that's just a workshop. That's not a regular meeting.
We can always
add
schedule
that.
a special meeting in there,
Okay.
Yeah,
but
that's what.
right now, that's what
Yeah.
that was for.
And excuse me, so in the week later is the regular Board of Supervisor meeting?
Yes, on the 24th.
But we're gonna address this on the 16th, right? Not to
The
wait till the
15th.
15th, not wait till the,
Yeah.
right, good, okay,
So
But we would have to ratify it at the next meeting.
right, which is fine.
how quick is the turnaround? Like, let's say we send the letters out, are we giving them, we're gonna give them a certain amount of time to send it back, right? And then let's say they want to do it. They want to pay for it, just hypothetically. Yeah, hypothetically, they're gonna pay for it. How quickly are we getting this done?
Well,
Depends
we
on
would
who's
have
doing
to
Right.
look at the water control plan.
Right.
So there's a process that we have to
Right.
follow.
So,
to do
I
the
think
water-
Mary,
And
you
I'm
said
not
that
even-
about
I'm
3
not even
months.
speaking about Sunny Urban Meadows. That can be later on.
right,
I'm just talking with the water control plan for Unit 20.
right.
I just,
Mary.
need to address that issue. What we would have to do, just like we went through the process to create and do the improvements for Center Roads and Roads, you would go through that same process unless, and this is part of the district engineer's review, whether it's a minor versus a major amendment to the plan. And so those are some of the issues, you know, with the costs and whatever, if it would constitute a major amendment. Not, if it is a major amendment, then you've got to go through the whole process. If it's not, and it's a minor amendment, you know, we've got sufficient funding from outside, those are factors that could impact that, and you could do it possibly as a minor, but that's not my decision to make.
And the minor would be how long roughly? I'm gonna hold you to it.
Well,
A
with
few
the-
months?
Administrative.
It's not gonna be
Administrative.
hurricane season, let's put it that way. It's not happening.
Right.
It's not happening by October, I mean, I'm not foreseeing an October put in. And second question, very cool, I'm sorry. So if we're gonna put an option on there that they could choose the farm type, right?
Well, that will be up to the board, what you would like, what options you want in there, but that could be one, yeah.
So my concern, I guess a concern, so if it's a farm type, is it gonna be safe enough for everyday use by many cars using this? And whose liability if somebody gets hurt on it or whatever?
Well, I'll let the liability, but I would presume it would be ours if we're permitting it to go in. But
Well, it's gonna be based on engineering standards, and I really can't opine, you know, I hate to say this, but it's gonna be Mr. Coy.
Well, I guess that's where my concern is. If
So-
we attempt to do farm, they say, hey, we want the farm type road. So we can do a lower standard than the standard that you guys typically do.
I would never say on record that you can go below a safety standard.
Okay, because
Period.
that's my
So
concern. I don't know why we would give them that option, I guess is what I'm
No,
kind of going with. Why
they
would we
don't-
give them that option if it's not something that we as a board should agree to?
That's not what I
The,
suggested.
the,
That's not-
the
I
residents
don't think
can,
we said you did.
the residents cannot be given that option. It is decision of the engineer clearly in statutes that we are responsible for health, safety and
Right.
welfare. If GL submits for the permit, we will review for that, and the PE that signs it is the responsible entity.
Right,
If Indian Trail designs it, I am the responsible entity,
Right.
or the PE who signs the plan.
And there will not be a PE, from what I was told, signing off on that plan.
The special permit would be required to have a
Right.
PE.
So they couldn't get
So
one.
if they aren't going to do it that way, the decision,
So-
the design standard
Right.
would fall upon
why
me.
bother putting that on the letter then?
Through the chair.
well, that was my point.
Yeah,
earlier.
I don't think it's worth
think
even putting it
it's-
on the letter.
But
So
it's up to the board
Okay.
if you want it.
I would say omit that. That's my opinion on that one.
Through the chair. So again, I did ask for you to review what the standards are, what would be acceptable and bring that back for us to discuss. Do you have time to do that the 16th?
Yes,
Okay. And lastly, there is the ability for the county to approve a prop share credit. So if there was an agreement for GL Homes to pay for it, they could get credit for paying for it. And that's what I'm proposing. Okay,
But we'll have that before the next meeting to determine if that's a
Right.
possibility. Okay.
right.
Fair.
Well, we will attempt to get it from the county.
Right.
I mean,
Not me,
say
okay.
yay or nay, but
Okay.
we will certainly be talking to them.
Fair enough. All right. Public comment? Ready? Yeah. All right, first off, what do you want to make your 3 minute? Guess we try to say 3 minutes or?
Well, I addressed it already, but in case anybody wasn't here. So everybody's gonna have 3 minutes. If you are going to yield your time, two people can yield their time to you. It gets too confusing if we have everybody yielding time. And plus we want to hear from each individual anyway. There will be no attacking of staff. There will be no attacking of board members. There will be no attacking of each other if you have a difference of opinion. If we have a lot of business to conduct. If you don't need the whole 3 minutes, please don't take it because we're already into regular public comment in the next few minutes anyway. And we have a lot of district business to deal with. We understand you guys want the pipe. We understand how you feel. So, feel free if you have new things, new thoughts to add, by all means, please bring them forward. And with that,
Okay, I'm gonna
Ms.
call
Farrell.
3 names at a time so you guys can line up. First will be Nicholas Majorino, William Dirks, Brianna Bennett.
want to start by thanking the ITID board and Cypress for their time in finding a solution to this complicated matter concerning culvert connecting Santa Rosa Groves to 60th Street. With NOAA forecasting this hurricane season to be one of the more active in recent memory, it is imperative that action on this matter be taken in a swift and decisive manner. Trying to understand the issue here regarding responsibility of this culvert because of all the factors involved here with ITID initially not being aware that they own this property and then suddenly being aware that they owned it after looking through their documents, and also Cypress bearing some responsibility because of their easement there. I'm trying to understand why it hasn't been broached, the idea of taking this to the county, not necessarily as trying to have the county legislate this matter, but as a matter of passing this off to the county because this would be the county's responsibility long-term anyway. Why not go to the county and say that you're willing to give responsibility of this to the county, and then the county would oversee pulling the money? That's assuming that the crop sharing idea wouldn't work. That would be the fallback plan, that you would pass this to the county and then the county would pull the money from all the county residents, as opposed to, is it ITID's responsibility to come up with the money? Is it Cypress's responsibility to come up with the money? Is it Santa Rosa Grove's responsibility to come up with the money? And then there are obviously maintenance concerns on this matter as well, as far as who's responsible. So as Jay Foy stated, he's concerned about whether or not this culvert is up to standards regarding structural integrity. So if a permit is not followed and this is done in an agricultural manner where it's wet and the sand is not allowed to be compacted, who's going to be held liable? Because there's no definitive entity that's overseeing this. So to me, in my opinion, it would make more sense if you can't come to a resolution on this matter and you're not really sure whose responsibility is, it would make more sense to pass this off to the county and let the county dictate this matter instead of having 2-3 entities scramble and try to figure out who's responsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm William Dirks of Unit 20. The culvert issue began 2.5 years ago when on the CDD minutes, it was discussed the pipe replacement due to age. Most of the time, it was on item 1 of the capital improvements project and was on hold until Unit 20 got funded. In February 23, CDD waited for feedback from ITID. It was 16 months ago, not 5 months ago. In June of 23, almost 1 year ago, Mr. Portnoy said at that meeting that it was made clear that the CDD would not be replacing the pipes and that there would not be a road connection there. It turns out that this was actually a slow developing emergency. Clearly, the CDD was responsible for this in the past. There is, and I don't understand what gave ITID the right to remove it without having a plan to replace it in advance. Why didn't the ITID just blockade it and then notify residents about the issue 2 weeks in advance like their charter states? Why did they refer to this as a permanent closure before getting public input? I know you're going to be sending out letters soon, and there's needs to be very clear information on it. Betty mentioned that there's going to be possible assessment of $3,500 per year in perpetuity. That's a huge cost. That needs to be communicated to the residents because that's problematic. That's a lot less than just $3,500 a year. And if there's cost sharing, that $3,500 a year is for $350,000 total cost. And you said it was going to be much less than that. So that's going to be even less. So if there's a cost sharing and GL can make a contribution of $60,000 or more, and if you can assess the property owners in Sunny Urban Meadows, that's all going to make a contribution. I can tell you unequivocally that the landowners in Santa Rosa Groves are majority by far are in favor of this. I looked on the county records, I got up all the addresses, and we've been communicating people with emails, phone numbers. Everybody's been active on it. we are certain that we have at least 46 absolutely replace votes, 23 likely yes, maybe 4 no, and 36 to be determined. I sent letters out to them, these landowners who are not connected with us on those other means. Most across the board, none of us want to pay any of this, okay? But certainly if it's only $1,000 or $1,500 one-time fee, that's a heck of a lot less than $3,500 a year in perpetuity. So can we get GL? Let's keep it simple, okay? Let's try to get GL to install it with a wet install. Forget about the permits. We can plan on this in the future. If it can last 15 years, if you got to put up guardrails to secure it, fine. But anyway,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Brianna. I'm here to support them. I know a lot of the residents over on Santa Rosa want the culvert replaced, and my concerns are safety. There's a huge safety concern for both sides.
I'm sorry, Brianna, could you state your full name and
Brianna
address,
Bennett.
please?
I'm in Sunny Urban Groves,
Sunny Urban Meadows? Okay.
or
Point of order, we
but
do
that
not
wasn't
have the
asked
right to
anybody else.
require that. No, we don't, actually.
Mary?
You can make an inquiry, but no one is required to give their actual address.
Okay, thank you. No, I didn't ask for her specific house number. I'm just trying to get an idea of. Yeah, thank you.
But
Sorry.
my concern is safety on our side, let's say, and now y'all's side, right? Because now we're dividing a community that once was a community. We have one way in and one way out. You guys now have one way in and one way out. Something could very easily happen. All the farm trucks on the Hunley farm side that farm that whole side over there, they could have an accident and shut down your main road. And now you're forcing a lot of those semi trucks to go to the nurseries over there and some of the other businesses that do get heavy trucks on the other side. You're forcing them to go past the elementary school and the middle school. And those kids, they're kids. They are all over the roads. They don't pay attention to crossing guards. They ride their bikes in the road. They walk in the road. And there's a lot of little kids that walk up and down those roads. That's a huge safety concern. And that's not just Santa Rosa or Sunny Urban kids that go to those schools. That everybody goes to those schools that are in that, school zone. The other thing is there's a lot of equestrians out in our area. Now, I know on our side, I can ride my horse from my house straight down to the L8 Canal, go through that little access point, and I can ride up and down the L8 Canal. Now, the equestrians that are on the other side have no access to ride. If they wanted to ride on the L8 Canal equestrian part of it, or access, however you want to say it, they would have to trailer and park their vehicle somewhere on those canals and leave it parked there for whomever to come across it. The other point is there's a lot of people that were working and riding their bikes and walking to work on those farms. And now they are forced to walk the 2.5 miles from 200th down to 60th, down to the crossing, go out to Mandarin, I believe it is, to go back through to get over to those farms. So it's a huge inconvenience to everybody. I understand the cost of it is a huge thing, but my biggest concern is safety. And you've put a big divide in the community. So we're here to support the other side and helping them get the support they need to get the culvert back and that crossing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have Yandy Palenzuela. Yandri Palenzuela. I have Nestor Garcia, but you didn't mark if you were speaking what you wanted to do. Nestor wants to speak?
Yes.
Okay, and then
I'm
Jeanette,
giving my time to Nestor.
giving your time to Nestor.
What's that, Andrew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Can hold on one second, and then the next person will be Jeanette Amarocho Gamboya. Okay, so you'll be after him, okay?
Hello, everyone. I'm Nestor Garcia. I do live in the sunny urban side, but I'm here mainly to support Santa Rosa and also the CDD. Little introduction about myself. I graduated with a mechanical engineering degree. So like Mr. Foy, I have an engineering background. I graduated in 04. I also am a business owner like Mr. Foy. Back in 04, I started a company that strictly deals with hydrology, pumps, water control, crossings of this nature, and pump stations like the one that is just west of this crossing. My main customers are Florida Crystals, US Sugar, Hunley Farms, and several other companies of that sort. So the biggest thing is, it seems like we've moved on from what occurred. Even though I live off of 59, I didn't know anything was happening until those signs were put up. And those signs in my, from what I see, were a little bit misleading. If you were going to permanently close a road, which is what, in my opinion, was happening, why would you not say that? We could have avoided a lot of this because you would have had the uproar that you're seeing now that is not going to stop prior to everything that was done. So going back on my notes here, I do this kind of work. And in fact, ironically enough, a month ago, my company was responsible to switch out 5 96-inch culverts and a crossing of this nature, similar size, with 5 96-inch culverts through it. I think that's a little bit more than what we're encountering here. Just to let you know, the awareness and the planning that takes place to do this kind of work, every, in this case, it's residents mainly, right? But there's also businesses, farms, nurseries, but every resident, every person who's impacted has to be notified of this. So in the particular instance where I was working and where I was conducting work, I was not able to go on site until every farmer, every person that uses that crossing was aware that this was going to happen. You can't just show up with machines and dig out a crossing. You can't do that. I mean, was PBSO notified? Was fire notified? It's ridiculous. So in my opinion, I'm not allowed to maybe ask the board questions right now, and I'm coming into this whole game a little bit late. But again, supporting Santa Rosa because we're not in an active unit, and Sunny Urban is not going to be an active unit. I can tell you that right now. We're supporting Santa Rosa, and in my opinion, this whole deal was ramrodded. It's very clear. I watched the meeting about 3 times. I lost a lot of sleep over this because this is what I do for work. And it's very clear. This is kind of like a similar tropical storm Isaac. And if some of you don't know, there's a lot of board members and a lot of staff and a lot of hired companies that lost their jobs over what happened with tropical storm Isaac. I believe that this is something similar that could occur. In my opinion, it was clear that the crossing was wanted to be removed. I have Yanji's time. So you do not, going back to what I was saying about doing jobs like this, you do not dig out a crossing to look and inspect the culvert. We know that. That's ridiculous. You can hire divers. You can lower the water level. You can send underwater cameras. You don't need to dig out a road to check a culvert. It's very clear that the direction was to remove the crossing and then come up with the excuses later. I was very alarmed when I saw digging taking place and there wasn't a bright new shiny aluminum or plastic HDPE or steel or galvanized. There was nothing on the bank. How do you dig something out? So in the event that the pipes were good, what were you going to do at that point? Put the dirt back in? Or now we still have to go back to standard, to these bogus standards. We know this is farmland. Not one of these properties is less than 5 acres. We don't need, all these crazy standards and guardrails and all this stuff. Well, I wish I had 20 minutes to talk. If anybody wants to yield time, I got a lot to say. So.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
But when,
Me too.
that was supposed to be done in advance, so.
Oh, no, it's gotta be.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So in addition, how can you, for example, let's just say that Santa Rosa residents move in, okay? You get them to buy into ITID, they pay whatever they're paying now. And let's just say that you want to rip the road up from clear end to end. Now you're going to want them to pay for it back? That doesn't work that way. You're already assessing them, you're already taxing them every year. You have to come up with the money from their budget. They can't pay for every little thing that needs to be done because you decided to rip the road up. It doesn't work that way. As Sunny Urban resident, I don't care about the crossing. And we also need to talk about things properly. There's a culvert and there's a crossing. These residents want the crossing. Okay? Hunley Farms, CDD, they might want the culvert. Okay? They want the crossing. Their main entrance, as it says on their sign, is 60th, not coming through Orange or whatever the case may be. So there's multiple also solutions to this. It's not just, the right way as if it was in Wellington or the farm way. You can draw down the canal to where it's basically nothing. I'm sure CDD would allow it and build up from there. You don't have to just do a blind wet install. Okay. For the record, I'm not interested in this project. I don't care to be a part of it. I just don't like the residents being ramped up and not told what's going to happen ahead of time. So we're supposed to trust our elected officials. And I think as of right now, just like in Tropical Storm Isaac, there's no trust in it. Every resident that you see here is going to keep coming back until that crossing is placed back. So.
Thank you.
Okay, so Danielle wrote us. Okay, okay. Oh, Jeanette, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening to all. Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Janet Amorocho Gamboa. My name is Janet Amorocho Gamboa. English is not my first language. Then my daughter will be speaking on my behalf. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle Rodas. Hello. One note, when you guys do decide to send the letter, I would ask to see if it could be translated, because there's a lot of people who their first language is not English. So a lot of them have been lost. A lot of them are here, and my mom has been translating, and we've been doing our part to keep them informed. So I'm going to read a letter that my mom sent out to media and Miss Sarah Baxter, the commissioner. So, to whom it may concern, we appeal to your good judgment and empathy with the absurd situation that is occurring in the Santa Rosa Groves community. A group of people, ITID, have made a unilateral decision to close the main entrance to our homes and our community. This decision is extremely harmful to the majority of residents here at SRG. Those of us in opposition, completely disagree with the permanent closure of the 60th Street culvert, crossing, canal. This has been the main entrance to SRG for decades. It is the safest route during the rainy season with regards to flooding, in addition to being the widest and most direct path to reach a paved street. We do not know who may have an interest in constraining the neighborhood with only one way out. This should be illegal, as a closure would create hazardous situations and could lead to stranded residents during emergencies when access would be of the utmost importance. This would put us in imminent danger in the event of an emergency such as a fire, hurricane, a flood, and would make any kind of access in or out even more difficult for ambulances, firefighters, first responders, and USPS to provide aid to our community. This has already happened in the past, and it would be foolish to allow this avoidable situation to occur again. Most of us are relatively new to the community, and in recent years, we have been experiencing positive changes that have led to progress, improving canals, cleaning easements, maintaining the roads, better poles, and electricity transformers. Improvements of this nature are great advances for those of us who have experienced the inconveniences of living in a rural area. We all love, enjoy, and work hard to improve each of our individual properties with the benefit of bettering our community as a whole. Now, the closing of the 60th Street culvert or crossing is something setting us back from the progressing path we were on. Not to mention, our property has probably lost value at this point. We were informed at the beginning of May without any prior notice that there would be a definitive and permanent closure of the 60th Street entrance. Most of us, those of us who physically live and work here, are the people being directly affected. The large majority are demanding that the 60th Street crossing or culvert be reopened to us. ITID in this decision seriously harmed us. Note that there are landowners who do not live here, but they live on the property. You have no idea how necessary our main access is to us. I have yielded my time to my mother. So sorry. You have no idea how necessary our main access is to us. We need you to listen and know firsthand why this culvert is so important. We'd like to invite you to visit SRG and analyze the scenario as if you were the affected resident or business person. Would you agree with the closure and unilateral decision? If this letter reaches a journalist, we would appreciate them investigating. If you can reach out to a politician or public servant in the county, we would appreciate it in hopes of being able to exercise a position of power to defend us against these decisions that were made against our community. One thing to note, the SRG community is diverse. Not all of us speak English, and in this situation, non-English speaking residents have been taken advantage of. This is unfair and quite frankly, unacceptable. Please, we need your help before hurricane season begins. The 70th Street, which is the only road that they have left us with, is a dirt, pothole-filled back road that floods and is impassable when it rains, unless, of course, you have a raised-up 4x4 truck, which not all of us do. It is impassable. We are dealing with an emergency situation here that needs attention, or you'll be seeing a community that will not be able to get out during a hurricane or even a fire. We only have one exit in a rural area that is unsafe. We are fearful of what can happen if we don't reopen it, and we need your help. We need to reopen the main entrance to Santa Rosa Groves. I would also like to add, since I have time, we have horses, we have horse trailers, and if an emergency were to happen, I don't want to leave my horse behind. People have pets, people have horses. So how am I gonna get out? Is like the community gonna send me a private plane for my horse? I don't think so. So that's a personal thing for me because I'm not leaving my horse behind. And if you guys have pets, you wouldn't leave your pets behind either, would you? So one exit is very unsafe. One exit is not acceptable. I think it's probably illegal all over the country to leave a community with so much people, with so many pets, with only one way out. That's insane. And I think that it is illegal. So thank you. Okay, bye.
Guru Naidu, Dr. Juan Gamboa, and Richard Vasilati, and after that will be Sarah Baxter.
Good evening, board members, and ITID. I want to start my speech with thanking you for taking the initiative, at least to think that, we can seek help from GL Homes and others to get the bridge back. I live in Wellington. I have families and friends, 7 property owners in Santa Rosa. I have 8 properties in Sunny Urban. That was the one connection I was using every day, and all my friends and relatives come this way or that way. You disconnected all of us. Imagine every day coming 2 times or 3 times from Wellington to feed my animals, run my business, going through 180, passing the school zone, and like you said, the safety, the big concern with one exit. Now, Mr. Foy, I'm an engineer too. I lost totally trust. You guys managing our properties, the way you handle the bridge, you got to dig out the pipe to check there's a holes and then put it back and put the dirt on. That's not the way. Is that how you're going to manage our Santa Rosa holes, Santa Rosa properties? I don't know. I lost the trust in your engineering team, the way you're going to build our community. If that is the way you're going to handle, right? I wish you guys have done thorough inspection on that one, use the technology to figure out what has exactly happened, rather than just pop up with excavators and take out the pipe and then, giving trouble for so many people here. This is not right. I request you all, please work towards whatever you could do to put the pipe back and then connect the communities together. Thank you.
I'm sorry, through the chair. Mr. Foy is a very well-respected engineer in South Florida, and I don't appreciate that there's attacks on him, and I hope afterwards we give him the ability to
I plan on
address
it.
that. But
Absolutely.
we should not be allowing him to be attacked.
I agree.
And just to point out that a motion was made 2 meetings ago and was seconded and passed unanimously. And we were very well aware through emails, the process of everything as it was happening. So just realize again, and I repeated this, I'm repeating myself from the last meeting. We did this because there was an issue with safety. We understand that it's now giving you one, I'm talking.
Please, we said respectful. Please do not disturb. Thank you.
It was done because we noticed erosion. I spoke with Mr. Robinson last meeting and questioned him as to the erosion that took place from the end of December to, I believe, the end of April. And he said that it went from 2 feet what was it called? Slacking or sloping, sloughing, sorry, something. Sloughing from 2 feet to 5 feet in just that 4-month period that he was out on hip surgery. That's what was brought to us. And that is why we made the decision we made at that meeting unanimously. That's all I've got to say.
And it was in public.
Yes. Richard Vassilotti. And then after that, Sarah Baxter.
Good evening, everyone. Richard Vassilotti, 70th Place North. Since I retired from fire rescue across the street 5 years ago, it's been quite some time that I've been out at Santa Rosa Groves. I can remember way back in the day when there was nobody out there. We had a residential structure fire out there, and I was on the ladder truck coming out of Belvedere in 441. Back then, I can remember the very few people that lived out there. They did not want 60th Street even graded, and I had to take myself off the call in fear of destroying $1 million truck trying to get out there. I know times have changed. We've seen improvements to this community. It's gotten larger. Other areas have moved in that maybe not all of us agree with, different neighborhoods and stuff, but we have made changes. I understand the people's frustration behind me. I can understand their reasoning of wanting to get in and out. It definitely will affect response times if there's only one way in or one way out. The response times just going out there on a normal basis are awful. We know this already. Those are 20-minute response times out there just to get a regular fire rescue ambulance out there. We're not even talking about 2, 3, or 4 stations. I worked when Isaac was here, when we had the 16, 17, 18 inches of rain in that 24-hour period. I worked 5 days straight out of that fire station right to our left here. I was out at Santa Rosa Groves. We had another issue. It's the first time I met you, Elizabeth.
2018.
On the high water vehicle. So there's challenges here. However, I have complete faith in our staff, in our engineers, and in this board. They are going to make the right decision for the people. I'm hoping they can have a little bit of patience. I understand their frustrations. But I know you guys are going to make the right decisions for the folks behind us and get this resolved one way or another. And let's keep something in mind. 80 years ago, tomorrow, 2,500 men died on a beach with one way in and no way out. So let's remember them soldiers from D-Day that gave this country its freedom. And I know you guys will get more than one way in and one way out for the nice folks behind us. And I appreciate my time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I am Sarah Baxter, the County Commissioner for this district. A few things. I always love robust discussions. And I agreed with quite a few things from Betty. I will say that there are things that I think could be addressed. If people are worried, Mr. Foy, that maybe this wouldn't be put to standards, if things are not quite up to par, I would say then let GL put it in. And then while you're negotiating terms or finding out who's in charge of it or doing all this analysis, have that there and continue to proceed forward with something to your standards, which would be a more immediate fix for the residents. I received several emails begging and imploring me to help. I went to the county administrator and I was told, due to current litigation, we cannot put public dollars towards private roads. So the county putting any money in was off the table. Then I called GL. I said, GL, because I watched the meeting. Larry was here. They were kind of against doing anything and said, what can we do to help the residents? And they agreed to a brand new pipe and they agreed to put it in. Now, farm standards for that culvert had lasted decades. And if you're worried that traffic is there now, that wasn't there then, okay. But allow them, because they're going to get it done faster and quicker and have an immediate result for these residents. And then come up with a plan of better standards, better results going forward into the future. But right now they're offering a solution that costs no taxpayer dollars, none, zero. And it's a solution. So truly, if you want a solution quickly, especially before the end of hurricane season, that's the best, fastest, non-expense you can do as a temporary, if you don't feel it's the standard solution, and then budget for it. Move forward, plan for a better standard if you're truly concerned, which in full honesty, I'm not. GL builds things all the time and have experts. I doubt they're going to put something in because that's their reputation on the line that is going to fail. So, but going on the thought that you want it to a better standard, then plan for it. But I'm saying right now, I implore you to please help the residents faster and sooner than later, because if you wait a whole month to send a letter and then potentially get results and then get this analyzed and that analyzed, and it's like death by analysis. So come up with a faster solution. And if you don't think that's the standard, come up with one, but at least it's giving that reprieve in a more immediate fashion so that residents are not stuck, especially if we do have, I will say just, I'll finish up and say
That's fine. You
lastly,
can finish.
we have been predicted to have a very active hurricane season. That isn't typical. I mean, every year they're like, oh, we're going to get this many hurricanes. It has been predicted to be pretty bad. And I would hate to see any of the residents or their animals stuck without a way in and out. So if GL can do this in 60 days or 90 days or less, to me, that sounds like the safest solution for everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, that's enough, please, please. Yeah, that's because we're trying to conduct business. This is not a concert.
Excuse
It-
me.
Okay, please stop. Disturbances during the meeting are not, can't happen, okay? I'd like to point out on that note about hurricanes and floods and animals and Rich, where are you, Rich? I can't see. There you are. You can attest. If you don't get out beforehand, you're not getting out of there. I don't care if there's one way or two. No, please, no, please don't do that. Please, please. If you don't get out before, you're not getting out. And I know there's a lot of people that were not here in 2018 when I'm not going to get into the details of how we got flooded, but everybody that's aware is aware. If you were not gone prior to the water rising, after the rain stopped, the water kept rising. If you were not gone, you were not getting out, whether it was 70th or it was 59th. So I don't want to give people a false sense of security that this connection is going to allow you that option, because it's not. When it rains, 59th, 60th, whatever you want to call it, is a disaster. 70th now, at least we have Indian Trail maintaining it. And we're actually working on and maybe getting some more control of that maintenance now, because right now there is nothing. So with that being said, we have one more card, and that was Mr. Mitchell, who would like
Chair.
You
to-
wanted to defer it
let's
to
finish.
Nestor.
No,
Sure.
you just gave a big speech.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think I deserve to question something
Sure,
you just
go
said.
ahead.
You said that ITID staff is maintaining 70th Street?
Not 70th Louise, 70th
Louise?
Orange.
We are? Because is that in a plan? I didn't think that was in a plan.
We're not maintaining that. The CDD is maintaining.
Right.
that.
It's
But we request from time to time that they do meet.
right. And that's, excuse me for misspeaking. Sorry. Okay, so Mr. Mitchell, you're deferring your time to Mr. Garcia? Okay. Okay, perfect. All right. And as you know, as Mr. Hanson said earlier, he did speak with the county about working with funding. And as Commissioner Baxter said, that at this moment, that is not an option. So
Through the
we
chair.
did try to go that route.
The the prop share money that GL has as far as their development order is actually not county tax dollars, and I would suggest is doesn't fall under the same opinion letter that the county has. So I would urge Commissioner Baxter, if she sincerely wants to help, to talk with engineering and your attorneys, as well as with our staff about the prop share credit.
Just so you
Yes,
know, I
okay.
did. And I asked and I said, and I implored how to find a way. But prop share dollars once paid to the county then become tax dollars.
Okay, but
They're
we
not
can
separate.
actually amend that, and that those prop share dollars were actually supposed to go to be spent within ITID for the impact on ITID. So it can be.
I'm just I am the messenger. When I went to staff, they said no. So we can talk about this all night long, but if they say no, no is no.
If GL is willing to do it, it can happen. So, and it can be brought to the county commission.
I was talking, I made a comment to Ms. Akamundo, and this is a very passionate and safety. I mean, face it, one way out, the county commissioner has let all of us down because we only have North Lake to get out. So we only have one way out if we have a very bad storm. And I'm not putting the blame on
What about?
Miss Baxter. This has been going on
South
for a
View?
while. Well, okay,
So there-
but it's like, yeah, we have very few ways out of the western communities.
Okay.
But what I would like staff to do is I made the motion that carry with the letter, but I also want the staff to look at the fastest way to expedite something done. Because government does move slow, whether it's us or Washington DC, nothing gets done fast with government. So I would like our government, our staff, who we have a very good staff, let's put our heads together and figure out the fastest way. Because hurricane season is coming. It's here already. So I'd like to see us come up with the fastest way to get something done and not have to wait the 3 months that I heard earlier to get this in motion. Thank you.
Mr. Foy. Mr. Foy, would you like to say anything? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
No,
you know,
I can
just-
come up with an alternate standard. I will talk to the Cypress Groves Community Development Engineer, and we'll have conversations as to what could possibly be acceptable.
And how do you feel about the idea of allowing them to do this agricultural type crossing?
That will come with the answer when we come back to you on the 15th. It was the 15th, I believe. And I suspect that it could be done with certain backfill material and guardrail. That's what I suspect as of this moment. I don't have the answer for you.
So my question then is this, if they're required to get a permit and we can't sign off on the permit because they're not going to have an engineer sign off on it, how is that going to, how do we work around that?
We have to determine what the best process. You've given us, I think you're going to give us direction to come back with that answer. And to answer it right at this moment, and I don't have all the answers for you. We'll come back with the most expedited process. It is on our property.
Right.
So we have liability for whatever goes on to our property.
Right.
And this is what we've talked about all along, is the liability issues. And
Yeah,
this is
so-
why we're where we are today.
The safe design will be for preventing the vehicular traffic going across it from entering the canal.
Right.
All of 59/60th does not meet those standards. We did not design that canal or the 59/60th. But if we get involved with the crossing of Carroll to 59/60th, then it does have to meet standards.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
I'm not sure that you can answer this question, but I'd like it to be brought back at the July 16th meeting. Because we own that 100-foot strip right from Roberts turnaround to west of Carroll Street. So if you use the same argument in terms of liability, we own it. Don't we also have that same responsibility with respect to the rest of the property, the rest of the canal.
I don't
And
think it
furthermore,
goes that far.
if the answer to that is no, and the reason is because we didn't permit anything, there are other situations where we have things that have been erected on our property. Also, there is a section line or a mutual easement that goes over there. And it's my understanding that we don't have the right to block that. If someone wants to put it in, we can't stop them, even though it's on our property. So that's my understanding. And I brought this up at the last meeting, and I would like that to be further evaluated and discussed at the next meeting.
Not at the next meeting, but on the
Mary.
16th.
The 16th.
15.
Well, we'd have to look at it. I mean, these are issues that have to be, everyone just are talking about certain facts. They have to be looked at. I mean, sitting here, right here.
That's why I'm asking it be
I
brought back.
understand. But I mean, everybody needs to know that we can advise as to the normal procedures, but if there's different facts or circumstances, we don't know every fact and circumstance. We will certainly work with the staff here and the engineer like we always do and try to come up with, we're not going to come up with an opinion just to say no. And we're tasked to trying to make the district be able to function the best way it possibly can. I think we do a good job at it.
I agree.
But we have to get the facts. So I think we can guarantee that we'll all work together.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you. All right. Is that it? All right. So I guess we're ready to vote. So if you'd like to, for the record, just say your motion again, being it was an hour ago. So we want to make sure everybody has it for the record.
The actual motion is for staff, legal, engineering to all work together to come up with a solution, a letter, but before the letter, a solution to get the culvert 60th Street done ASAP.
Through the chair. Do you have the original motion?
That's what
Can you please?
Yeah.
read it?
Yeah.
In all respect.
But I thought you also said to have all the information in terms of costs,
For the
both
16th.
sides.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and I seconded that.
Okay, and I had direct staff to prepare a letter and bring back to the board with the particular options, and that included the costs and whatever. That's
I'd
all
like
I
that, amend that to also include time frame.
Very good.
Is it, do you, Ms. Argy, do you agree to that amendment?
To add the time frame.
And time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I understand people being in a rush, but my opinion is I'd rather do this right than try to rush it because,
We'll wind up
Right.
with the same situation we
Exactly.
have with what we.
or,
Exactly.
Well, that's
There's
why the
nothing wrong.
motion wasn't. for
Right.
them to go ahead and build
Exactly.
it.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Right, so you.
Okay.
second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Michael?
Aye.
All right, motion passes 5-0. Okay, I think we need to, Mary, we have to do regular public comment before we move on, being that we're way behind.
And then can we?
Technically.
Yes,
or
definitely.
Procedurally, that's what
We
we
would-
would do.
right.
We only
Take a
have,
little break for.
we only have 2 comments.
Okay.
All right, let's finish up, general public comment.
I'm sorry, just to say, I had 8 cards that stated that they did not want to speak, but they were in support of Santa Rosa Road.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Is that-
Okay, so
Does that conclude the public comment?
No.
that was
took
for
us
the
7A.
agenda item comment.
Okay.
So now we're going to go into general public comment for items that are not on the agenda this evening.
John Riviera and then Matt Engel.
John Rivera, 11547 Tangerine. I just want to get an update on the repairs for the horse park, the arena, and also the repairs at the baseball field, the lights. The lights haven't been done yet. I know that much.
Can we pause this time for a second while everybody?
Yeah,
takes- we
please.
can
This
hear it?
is disruptive.
It's not gonna be much.
Wow.
No, it's okay.
John.
John, don't go anywhere. Oh, okay. We're not throwing you out. We're just giving you your time. It's all right.
Two speakers.
It's okay.
It's okay. They have their priorities.
Mhm.
That was a lot.
God, I don't know what you did to clear the room.
It's all John's fault.
Yeah. Is it you, John?
Okay, John. It's all you, John. Go for it.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, just trying to get an update on the footing on the arena, the barrel arena, and then also the lights on the baseball field, or softball field.
We'll send.
That'll be coming up, I think, in Kenny's report. So yeah, we'll be providing that. Thank you.
We can talk to him after.
Oh, perfect. Even better. Perfect.
I wanted to go home. No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Stick it out. Yeah.
All right.
I want to make sure. You're talking about the baseball lights at South or North.
Community.
Park, Community Park.
Community
yeah,
Park.
That we've been asking to be repaired
I
for.
I asked
2
about
years
it.
now.
I asked
Okay.
about it 2 months ago again.
Okay,
They're complete.
And I haven't heard anything.
they're fixed now?
They are fixed.
Okay.
There's only a couple left on field one.
Okay, so
They're
we'll
not
be out
fixed.
there tomorrow night.
If it's a couple not working, they're not fixed.
Some of these items are actually fall under Musco's warranty. So Musco's actually involved with this. So they're not, it's just not costing the taxpayers to repair some of these items. So they are out there as well.
Thank you, Kenny.
Do we have an idea, Kenny, when they're actually going to get out there? Because not for nothing, it's been 2 years that we've been asking for this to be fixed. Maybe
That's
more
the
than that.
sprinklers.
So,
Bruce has a couple lights left that he's working on tomorrow. He's been on this for the last couple weeks between the pier and everything else going on. That's what he's been focused
but the
on.
Musco,
But
if it's Musco.
Musco has one more thing they have to do that also involves south expansion as well. That's going to be complete this week as well.
Okay,
I'll be there Friday.
all right. It's baseball Friday night.
So just quickly, the barrel, since we're already on it, so to answer the other question, barrel arena is done. So Rob or Kenny, just give a quick update of what you did. And then we'll also be adding more material to the main arena and what would be the east arena, the practice, what we call the practice arena, but go ahead. Why don't you-
Yeah, we upgraded the drag, so between the depth of the material, some of the fabric was pulling up.
Right.
So what we did is we mapped out where the barrels actually go. We removed the fabric, and dropped the footing down an additional 10 to 12 inches, and then repacked everything back in there.
So you divided,
there-
how big of a
there's
circle
there's
approximately?
Approximately a 10-foot circle around that barrel.
Mhm.
That you have a full depth footing in, and no more fabric
Right.
and no more gravel.
Okay.
And everything was laid back and burritoed in, so there will be no migration of the fines of the rocks.
Okay, thank you.
And we also
Thank you.
And that was done, like, we finished up with that.
I know
2
you guys
weeks
were
ago.
doing it. I know you guys were working. I just didn't know if you pulled a full screening out of there or just a circle around it or
Just
what was done?
the circle around the barrel, and then we also re-anchor the rope for the barrel.
Okay.
Through the chair. Help me understand, when you're running barrels, the deepest part is when you're going around the barrel, right? It's
Correct.
On the track, you're not digging in, it's when they're
Correct.
going around.
There,
This is why,
they run full speed and then try and stop and turn back real quick.
Right.
So that, and then the turning, that creates digging.
right, okay. And, can you try it out for us and let us know how it is?
They've been out there.
Have they been out there?
Yeah.
I can send my daughter over.
Through
Okay.
the chair, just
There was one other question. When you grade that, when like level it back out, is it gonna cause a problem for the depth around that? The,
That's
No.
why they designed it
okay,
the way Rob.
okay,
through the chair.
Explain.
So the way that arena actually is now, it's level ground. So everything is actually pitched underneath the surface of the footing. So there's no more like having to kind of crown out the top anymore. with the little ropes that were added, those barrels have to be placed in those exact spots. If somebody puts them in a different spot, we're gonna have the same issue. So that's it. We're putting signs out. It's actually gonna be something that we have to have done that. way.
And those barrels should get there because that's regular. That's
And
why
it's
we did it.
correct. It's set up to regulation. That's nice. And that arena was actually designed that way.
Okay.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angle.
Mr. Engel?
Hey, I've been asking for quite a while for the breakdown, the complete all-inclusive breakdown of what the expenditures are for milling the roads, cost per mile, how much we've spent so far, that sort of thing. All I keep getting back is flyers with varying lump sums. And every time I ask, I'm told that all the information, all the numbers are available and they'll get them to me. And then after several emails, I finally get a response with another picture of a flyer. And I'm just trying to ask if I can get a complete itemized job cost analysis of what we are spending on milling the roads and what the actual cost per mile is, how many miles we've done, that sort of thing, how much we've actually put into this. If it's not available, I don't understand how you could come up with any number at all. So it shouldn't be a huge task to ask for, to put together what I'm asking for. It really should just be a copy of the job cost analysis. But I can't see it.
Through the chair, Matt, I was copied on those emails because you sent them to me as well.
I'm sorry,
And-
I don't hear very well. If you could speak it, that's why I've been reading back
Okay.
there all night.
I was copied on those emails.
I know.
And my recollection is you were given a breakdown and you're referring to it as a flyer, but it actually was the PDF presentation, that staff update that was given. So when staff is saying that that information has been available, we as a board have requested updates, and staff does it in terms of a presentation. So it's not a flyer, it's actually a PDF of their presentation.
Correct, but it does not show fuel costs, personnel costs, material costs, emulsifiers, sand. I mean, y'all just approved almost $1 million worth of equipment to pave the road for milling the roads.
But
alone with the water trucks and the dump trucks and that sort of thing. And that's what I'm asking for, an all-inclusive cost. Okay, and I gotta tell you where I'm, one of the reasons I'm going with this is because CapTech actually put the number, like from March of 2020, okay, before all the numbers went crazy, they were putting costs at closer to average of 1.1 million per mile. Okay.
For paving.
No, for millings. And
That's not for
I have
paving.
the copies. I'll be happy to share them with you. That's actually what they did put in there. And then when I asked one time, I'm told that it's approximately $144,000 per mile. And then I asked again, and it's $113,000 per mile. So I said, okay, how are those numbers being, what's included in those numbers? Is it fuel, personnel, vehicles, transportation, the sand, the emulsifiers, the compaction, the engineering, the densities? That's what I'm asking for. And anybody that does a job should have that. If not, that'll be a huge problem. When you do any kind of construction job, you're always going to do a cost analysis. You're going to do a cost breakdown. You're going to do estimating prior to the job, and then you're going to do a cost analysis as the job progresses, and you're going to have a final job cost analysis when you're done, so that you know where you're at on your finances. Okay, so like as a contractor, I go in and I bid a job for $113,000 and find out it cost me $250,000 to do it. It's not going to be in business very long. Okay. On the other side, if I bid $113,000 and it cost me 30 grand to do it, I might be charging too much and pricing myself out of a market. So you always have to do a job cost analysis. And that's all I'm asking for is that job cost analysis.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the term flyer, okay, but it basically just a picture with a road with $113,000. I'm asking for the break. And I'm surprised it's not just click print.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it for public comment.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of address that. Burgess sent me that information, how much it costs per mile, maybe not gas and fuel and everything else. but he
That
sent
is
me the-
all inclusive. And
So-
I believe the email stated that it's all inclusive with every bit of in-house labor, fuel, material.
But what I'm saying is you already, you
Yes.
have that figure, how much it was
Through
per
the
mile,
chair.
because I asked.
I think what Mr. Engel is looking for is the actual breakdown, like how much are we spending for the labor? How much are we spending for the material? How much are we? And I think the problem is that that number evolves based on a number of variables, right? So one of the things, and I think Jason explained this in one of the presentations, one of the things that is a huge variable is when we can stockpile the millings and purchase it at a lower cost than what it's available. So when there's a project going on and we can stockpile and get that and spend $1 less, whatever, at a pound or whatever it is, then that will affect your costs. But we don't look at it as every individual project. It's more as this is what's planned in the budget for the year that we have available. And, if we can get 25 roads done, but if it turns out that we can get 27, then we're going to do 27. But we budget to plan and to do, I think it is 25. So that's why that number fluctuates. It's because there's a lot of variables.
We try to do 20 miles of milling roads. So sometimes it's quarter mile, sometimes it's a half mile, or in the case this year, we're doing a little bit longer with more millings for 1/30.
Okay.
Betty, not only the cost per millings because it's close, but I've noticed with the check runs, it's also how far the trucks have to go to pick up the
Mhm.
millings to deliver. So that's a big part of the
Right.
cost. too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a number of variables that are constantly moving around.
If I may, there's a lot of other costs that go into it. So it's just not what we haul to it, it's what we have to haul away. And a lot of times, and Mr. Lester has spoke about this, when we haul away that rock, we don't haul it away. We actually take it to another project where we're rebuilding a road or reusing. Yeah, we're basically recycling that. So that also is included in those hauling costs as well, because we can't always haul our own with in-house dump trucks. I mean, that would be ideal, but just not.
Which
And
is
we're
another
saving on
reason
the
why
other
we're
end.
getting a new dump truck,
Oh,
because
is
the
there
cost
anything you
of
wanna
the
add
way
to that?
subbing it out, the AAA landscape is
Right.
extraordinary.
Perfect.
I
Okay.
100% agree with everything you just said, which is why I asked for the total expenditures to date and the total miles completed to date,
For the year?
to
Or-
date.
Okay, but we've been doing this. We started as a pilot project like 5 years ago.
Well, I'm talking
Yeah.
about since we started here.
Through the chair.
But this
When-
is getting,
when-
yeah.
Through the chair, I think we've already provided him the information, separate email.
2021.
Okay.
Initiated.
I think that's all. Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
that is lump sum.
Thank
You
you.
haven't supplied anything. It's
It's
been lump
in
sum.
every email we've sent.
That's fine. Engel. Oh, thank you.
If you did 100 miles for this cost, you
All right,
just divide
thank
that out
you.
by the
Thank you.
100 miles. I understand some cost more, some
Miss-
cost less.
Mr.
Just
Engel.
Give a general average. of
Mr. Engel,
What the expenditures are.
thank you.
I'll go through it and call you, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
I hear that
Please
all the
do.
I
time.
know, but
Thank you.
We've gone step by step.
I know.
We know. We've seen the emails.
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay. All right, so that's it for public comment. We were asked if we could take a 10-minute break. Good,
Yes.
10 minutes? And we'll reconvene and back to 7-1 when we return. Before we go any further, I see we have 16 participants. Carrie, was there anybody online that had public comment? No, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Through the chair, did Kirk put in a card? Because he claims from Kirk and he wasn't called.
They wouldn't let me put it on. She told me no.
Yeah, it was after
It
7:30.
was after.
I saw him go and ask her. It was at like 8:15.
We have, an item 7.3, and we have some gentlemen that are here, from the organization, the company that is, proposing this project. Is it okay if we move that up, to move 7.3 to 7B? So they don't have to sit here. Thank you. Okay, Betty, Patty, all in favor? Aye, Michael?
Bye.
You might not be back.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so. Hang on a second.
Through the chair, Matt, 7.1 will be after this item. We just moved it because there's people that have been waiting all night. A lot more. I know, but okay.
Okay, so we are, this item is to consider approving a piggyback contract and a co-op agreement with LTG Sports Turf One LLC. And I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Hanson.
Yes, and before I let Mr. Lawrence begin, we also have, as you stated, gentlemen here from the company. We also have Mr. Danny Duncan, who's here representing Acreage Athletic League, and he's had experience over the years dealing with different artificial and natural turfs. So we asked him to be here tonight and to also help Parks and Rec, evaluate. So tonight, yes, this is dealing with the multi-purpose field what we call number one, but everybody just calls it the multi-purpose field at South Expansion. Originally, if you recall, the concept was that it was to be natural turf, and then we were going to add a second multi-purpose field number two, and that would be artificial turf. However, that field would not have lighting for several years. So we went to the county after the board gave us direction to ask them to allow us to use funding for field number two, artificial turf, and apply that onto field number one. And of course, this is being funded through the county bond money. So with that, unless there's any questions, I will turn it over to Mr. Lawrence, and I believe the consultants here tonight.
Yep. So this evening, we've got obviously Mr. West and Chris from LTG Sports Turf One. They're here to answer any details. They also have a copy or a sample of the product that was chosen. I did meet with them along with Coach Danny to go over the options, and this option is one of the best options for what we need out here. This particular company is also the one that's doing the county parks as well in the future, and they are a national company. So with that, I'll bring up Chris and Wes and Danny, and they can kind of talk about their experiences with this.
Yeah.
Deputy.
Do we have the deputy? Thank you. Could you have the people outside move away from the window? They don't realize that we can hear them talking. It's very distracting. Thank you.
They should be leaving the property once they're done.
Yeah.
I don't think we could require them to leave the property.
Only if they're disruptive, and that's up to the board. I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. Viator, that should have been a question for you to answer.
You did just.
I stated that probably last night.
Express.
Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Wes Hard, and I'm with LTG Sports Turf One. With me tonight is Chris Wedge from Field Turf. LTG Sports Turf One, we have been in business for 45 plus years right here in Palm Beach County. We are, as Kenny mentioned, we are a national company from here all the way to Long Island, New York. Been working in the synthetic and natural grass space down here, working with companies like Inter Miami, the Port St. Lucie Mets, Miami Dolphins. You can choose your favorite Division I university.
Sorry, can you just speak into the mic more, because
sorry.
people want to cannot necessarily hear you. I'm sorry.
All right, sorry about that. So we've been working with Kenny and his team here for a couple of years now on some options. And recently, I think we believe we came to a solution that is going to bring a lot of additional playability and durability to the field here. So I guess open the floor for any questions that you might have with regards to the project.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
Did you bring a sample? Because
We did.
I don't think any of you were on the board when we first started talking
Yeah.
about this. So I think it's important for the board members to see. Also, I want to share a story. Most of you have heard of IMG Academy. I was there for a tournament a couple of weeks ago, and their cheapest price for a football camp is $3,500. And for if you're staying on campus, it's another $2,500 a week. Okay. I actually considered sending my son to one of these camps. And I was happy that we were going to this tournament so that I could see it for myself and decide whether or not it was worthwhile going. I was really disgusted by the fact that they have these turf fields that the stadium field is nice, but the rest of the turf fields that they had that we were playing on were that cheap, the stuff that is in a playground that we don't even use in a playground anymore. And it was so hot.
I heard
And
the
that
same
day,
story. I heard the same.
I got more burnt than I have ever been burnt in my entire life. I'm still tender from it. And that was like 2 weekends.
I would, through the chair,
So-
I would like to say, I heard the same thing. I had a few friends that were in the same tournament. So I was happy to see that this actually shows that it has a cooling element, I guess, to it.
That's correct.
Correct. Yeah.
You can.
So I like that. That will help hopefully. Mhm.
cooling one is the green color.
Yeah.
And while they're looking at that, do you have statistics? I've heard that the turf helps lessen the impact for concussions.
Yes, so there's something called the GMAX testing, GMAX rating. It's a window where you don't want your field to be too firm nor too soft. And the GMAX rating is synthetic fields typically score very, very high with regards to concussions and head injuries, assuming that you maintain your fields as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And what kind of maintenance are we looking at once it's laid?
So on the maintenance side, you're looking at, depending upon use, but probably once a month with devices that would be provided with the project. And then you can also hire separate services like LTG to come out twice a year. That's sort of not a hard, fast recommendation, but generally recommended. So you're looking at about 5 man-hours per month to maintain the field. And then any separate services that would be required if you would need it. I would say 2/3 don't use separate services, but about 1/3 would hire separate
And
service.
what is involved with maintaining it?
So it's essentially dragging the infill and leveling the infill, infill being the synthetic soil. And then in high use spaces like a penalty kick spot or a corner kick where the infill's getting moved, it's essentially just redistributing it back.
So kind of raking it back through.
To make the area. I'll also add about IMG. That is a different product. That is not our product.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay.
And we didn't build them either.
Yeah. I have a couple of questions.
I think
for you.
I just wanted.
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, I just, if I could follow up through the chair on so part of the reason why we also went with Juniper is they do have experience with turf or artificial turf fields. So some of that,
Will be handled
took
by
into
them.
account.
Excellent.
But I don't, if anything else, Mr. Lawrence, that you want to add to that as far as maintenance? concern, or
The maintenance itself is something that we could even assist in. It's pretty simple. The rooming it back in even between each game, but it is something that will fall under the Juniper contract and something that they will be required to do.
Excellent.
But if we have to do it in-house for some reason, we can.
Yeah, we
In
provide
between,
training
yeah.
for that too in their online videos, and we have a whole customer service department as well.
Excellent.
Okay, so the, if I recall correctly, when we met and talked before, there's a machine that comes with it for this price, right?
Yes, that's
In terms
correct.
of the maintenance, okay. And does this also include putting a logo and painting the lines, or is that extra?
So we did have the lines included in there. So just so you know, this final price is not 100% just yet, because we do need construction drawings to actually fully price it. So really, the first thing that need to be done, we need some engineering on the site. And then we can get you the 100% plans, followed by 100% pricing. But yes, these budget numbers are aimed extremely high, so that we do have incorporated all the inlaid lines as well as logo.
So when you go in and you look at the engineering, and I think we have as-built from when we had that field built. Because I was looking at the drainage pipes and I think we had drainage put in for those fields. So I'm hoping that we don't have to redo that.
No, it would definitely be a new base. Unfortunately, so our bar base is basically 6 inches of crushed stone with the drainage incorporated within that, followed by the 2-inch turf system.
Even with the basins, you got to replace the basins too?
No, we might be able to reutilize those.
Okay,
There are
that's what
aspects to it, but the
base
actual
is.
drainage
Yeah,
system
yeah.
itself for the natural grass. would
I'm
not be
talking
suitable.
about the basins,
Yeah,
right?
Not the base.
Yeah,
base.
Okay. And then one thing that did not happen, that was supposed to happen on the multipurpose field was where the basins are, there needs to be some sort of cover protection so that when they're playing, they're not hitting that. And I'm only stating this because if we're playing flag football, as you know, they go across the field and go in a different direction, and you're gonna have, you're using more of that playing space, and it's potential for injury. So I just want to make sure that we look at that, and if we can put something there.
Well, those bases wouldn't even be exposed anymore. The synthetic turf would go right over top of that.
It goes right over it.
Yep,
Okay.
you wouldn't even know that.
Perfect. And then one last thing. Are we doing, we're doing the green or we're doing the blue?
For the color of the turf,
Yeah,
that could be decided with the board. I mean, we've
Uh,
basically
the-
looked at green at this time,
the
but,
rubber.
oh,
The green,
the green.
that's the
It's-
cool,
Okay.
that's the cool bead that they would use for that. To keep it cool.
Why do I remember blue? The bigger blue pellets. No? Okay, all right,
Not us.
all right.
Good.
Good.
Excellent.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
So is it gonna come back to us with final drawings and because
We could send the final drawings, but we're really trying to get this
Get it
thing
done.
rolling. Yeah, so the
So-
final drawings are just basically, they're removing some of the material and it's basically the same layout, but we can certainly get that to the board. But we were trying to get this done as quickly as
So
possible.
we can get engineering started and permitting started. That's gonna be about a 60 to 90-day process, depending on the county and how fast we can move the permitting. But
so I'm just concerned about the lines and then also the logo, because we could do and is there a way to, like, how much does that cost to change it, that kind of stuff? So if we can find out that information.
Yeah, I mean, we can try to bring it back in July 6th.
I mean, that's not.
Or
that-
July
That can be
15th.
done after the fact too.
We're gonna be.
Yeah,
writing
the
up
actual,
this
actual
in that
colors
meeting
of
on
the field and the
15th. I
layout
don't
and
think it's
design
gonna
is
be
really
a
something
short
that can be
one, so
done
I
at a
think
later date.
To stop adding.
The biggest challenge right now is literally all the civil side of it, is the base design and knowing where water management's gonna go and then start to get through permitting.
Right,
And again, from the carpet perspective, that's something that's not an immediate need.
right. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
So right now, the motion that you're wanting us to make would be to approve up to 174,963. Is that the deal?
it's 1.7.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at 7-1. Okay, there's no number there. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, wrong one. Okay, so we're just looking at giving permission to piggyback the contract right now.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna
And
make,
then motion to waive.
Before we go,
go ahead.
Professor,
Just a question.
Yes, sir.
Concrete curb,
Yes.
that's to hold it together, but is it dangerous for a child that falls on it?
No, we are roughly 20 feet off of that, so that's more than significant runoff. And then on top of that, you have a concrete track that'll be butting up against.
So it's not a safety hazard.
No, there is more than ample runoff from the field.
Keith, it's more of like a nailing board that they can go up to. So they're not just going up to a poured asphalt slab. It gives them a structure they can go up to.
Through the chair.
Yes.
We made Mr. Duncan or Coach Danny, Mr. Duncan say here, can we just
yeah,
have?
oh,
him speak?
absolutely.
Oh, Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, guys. Well, first of all, I just want to say
it's a good sign seeing these guys here, you guys chosen to go with this company with this material. The material, Betty, you're probably talking about that's at IMG. It's a polypropylene, and that is like a generation 2 material, which kids get scraped up pretty bad on. But this right here is a polyethylene, if I'm not mistaken, a synthetic field. So, and with the cool play with the green beads, that's going to cool the field about 35 degrees cooler than your normal black field with just the regular black beads on there. So a lot more softer impact for kids when they land on it. Way more durable. It's going to look beautiful out there in the landscape. And I definitely think that you're making the right choice. I've worked on a lot of different fields with different athletes, and even though all athletes will always like natural grass, but with the maintaining cost of it, it's a lot. And when you're talking about injuries, it's really no different, especially when kids are impacting the ground. It is less concussions, it's a softer feel, and you're making a good choice. So I thank you guys for allowing me to be a part of this. And we all got educated the more that we found about this. And I think that our kids and the community is going to really benefit off having something like this, for sure.
Excellent. And thank you for all of your input in this, because it's important. So we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Through
Absolutely.
the chair.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Danny. And I have one question because you just reminded me, the sprinkler system is still going to be there to cool off on really hot days, or no?
Nope.
Not at
No
all.
more, no more
Okay.
sprinklers. Basically those will be capped, cut and capped. There's actually years ago, we used to actually cool synthetic turf fields, and then later on found out that we're actually creating the exact opposite effect. You spray all that water on there, and now it hits that turf, and now all of a sudden it starts getting very humid because it evaporates immediately and it feels even warmer on the lower half of your leg. So that's
Thank you.
many years ago.
Thank you.
Right, I'm gonna make the motion to approve the piggyback contract cooperative agreement with LTG Sports.
Oh.
Sorry.
Before you go on, I have some questions about just to clarify the status of the contract. In an effort to expedite the process, we're using a piggyback approach off a national contract, which was negotiated by the company that the gentleman here is from a Florida subsidiary of Land Tech Inc., which is a New York State corporation. They have entered into a bid. They went through the process that qualifies for piggyback under Florida law. But it's an Ohio, essentially an Ohio contract with a New York company. The basis for allowing this kind of piggyback in Florida is, in this case, I mean, if it were just a national contract with no connection to the state of Florida, it'd be difficult to piggyback, or maybe probably impossible to piggyback. But in this case, because the national company advertised in Florida and has a physical subsidiary in Florida, there's enough of a nexus between the process that went on nationally to advertise and bid the contract to justify a piggyback contract under Florida law. Now, in this case, we don't have a final total project cost. There are essentially two proposals. One's for this project design, which I think the gentleman said that when they're done with the design, they'll be able to, they have an estimated construction cost. That's which is
The 1.7.
Yeah. But it'll be finalized after, so the design contract is for.
Well, I'm gonna put it up there. Give me a second.
Do you get that? Yeah, so.
Hold on. It's. Is this what you were looking for?
Yeah, the 84,750 is the design and engineering. So when that is done and a work product is generated, then they'll be able to calculate a final construction cost. So the overall contract price will then be available to us. So today we're not approving the final price. you're approving, entering into a relationship with this company. And it'll go through two steps. The first step will be the design engineering, and you can, and these are lump sum contracts, so it's a set fee basically for all the work. So I think it's appropriate today to approve the design and engineering contract element and authorize that you will be, the district will be executing a contract for the construction of the and installation of the artificial turf at the field for a price to be determined after the design engineering is complete. Is that?
But how,
So,
are we
coming back-
close though? Are we, I mean, do we feel like we're gonna be close? Cause I don't want to say, yeah, let's go ahead. And then we find out it's gonna be $5 million.
Well, right now, we're not approving the contract, we're just approving the piggyback,
We're approving-
allowing the piggyback to
Well,
happen.
we're allowing the process.
Yeah.
You're authorizing that this, because we're not going through formal competitive negotiation. That's what a piggyback contract is. We're taking advantage of this process that went on nationally. But you would be approving the design and the proposal for the design and engineering.
Future. Future or now?
No, they're gonna do it now.
Okay.
They're gonna start it as soon as it's executed. And then they'll have to
I see what you're saying.
identify the total construction, what the total final price is going to be for the construction phase will be determined after that is done.
So right now, we're just approving the 84,750
Tonight,
tonight with the piggyback.
yes, but.
And then it'll come back I'm sorry, I should have said through the chair.
Presumably it'll be back. at
So
their-
through the chair, but after that, they'll come back to us with the final cost and approving everything else.
Yes,
correct?
at that point, then
Yeah.
you can authorize the second element of the contract, which is the construction and installation for whatever price it's gonna be. Well, you can determine at that point. You're gonna be pretty much committed to the project, I would think, by that time.
Through the chair. Were you trying to like expedite it getting done so it doesn't have to come back like a not to
Well,
exceed?
yeah, that's.
That's what I
was
thought.
hoping
Okay.
that It wouldn't exceed one.
If you can get, if you can provide a not to exceed figure.
That would be that right there,
The
right?
1.7.
I don't think that was because that's based on the preliminary estimate, right?
So it's not technically not to exceed, because we do need the 100% CDs. Because again, for instance, right now we have based on like a 3x3 trench. Water management might come back and say that needs to be 15 feet deep by an extra however many linear feet, and then you start getting into the cost of rock. And that's where the variables change. So we are kind of at the mercy of water management and the final design that's approved. So yes, in essence, it's the 84,000, it's the design engineering tonight.
Because it's already met.
We've already, yeah, through the chair.
Yeah.
But even those things can be covered by a change order that can be brought to the board
It could.
later, right?
Yes.
So what I would recommend is that we first make a motion to waive the formal public solicitation
it,
and
right.
purchasing threshold. So that would be the first motion.
Okay, so you think that should be the first and then the motion to
Yes.
approve the
Yeah.
piggyback?
Yes, and then let's vote on the first motion to waive.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion to waive formal public solicitation and purchasing threshold.
And I'll second that.
Public comment?
Oh, I guess we do because yes, it's an agenda item.
Nothing?
We're after.
You're good? Okay.
Okay.
All right, we could call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, Michael?
Aye.
Okay. All right, very good.
I'll make
Motion
a
passes.
motion to approve the piggyback contract cooperative agreement with LTG Sports Turf One LLC, subject to legal review and not to exceed,
1/7.
let's say 1.8. And then because you got 1.720, oh, actually plus the 93, 350 for the fence.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Ms. Farrell kind of jumped the gun on me because that's why I had this off, because I just wanted to go through this. So it would be, they're saying approximately 1.7, but as he said earlier, they kind of made this on the higher side. We know we've already went through a lot of the mitigation with the county and also with South Florida Water Management years ago. And Jay can speak more to that if you have questions. But part of this, and you know, we've talked about this in the past with the reason why I put the fence in as optional is because it's almost 100,000. So I did not know if you wanted to expend that right now. But the reason why we felt you should at least be aware of it and consider it is because of the issues that we've had in the past on that field with people riding their four-wheelers, dirt bikes, horses, side-by-sides, you know, everything else.
I agree.
So that's why
That's
this
cheap
was
insurance.
set up.
That's going on the inside of the track, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Or
Go around.
It's.
It would go around it
It would be
Yes.
on the inside perimeter,
of the track.
on the
Yes.
inside
correct.
of the curb, and it would be built into
That
the
actually, that
actual-
curb you were talking about earlier, the fence posts actually sunk into that.
Okay.
Very good.
And the reason why I put that as optional is there's been discussion, well, maybe we need to put a perimeter fence, just not around that, but actually looking at fencing that whole area off. Just not the field itself, but some of the areas to the east of it, you know, where we
Well-
have the landscaping. So again, that's the only reason I wanted to make it optional, so you could have the discussion. I agree, it should go around the field for sure,
Mhm.
but I know in the past there's been discussions.
And
on
then it
it.
would keep them off of the track.
Yeah.
Because we've
Well,
had
I don't-
issues where. they're
No, it's on the
track.
inside.
On the inside.
Oh, it's
It's
on
on
the,
the
yeah, it's on the
inside.
inside of the track.
So they
Yeah.
can go on the
So-
track.
people use, so here's the thing about the, you know, we're not gonna want just everybody and their brother going on that field. So, I don't like the idea of the fence, but I also don't like the idea of closing off the park when it's not being used. So that's the cheaper solution, I think. But, you know, people, if the field isn't being used, people like to go and use the track and the sidewalk and, you know, we've got people rollerblading and kids riding their bikes. And so I really don't agree to putting any kind of fence prohibiting that there.
No,
You know,
it
we
would-
talked
it-
about fence.
The fencing I'm talking about on the perimeter would strictly be for motorized vehicles.
Okay,
'cause That
right.
it's
And
not for.
that's the only thing we
Stop
need
it
to
from
block.
going on to
Any
the,
of the landscape
Right,
areas, because
okay.
they're going all over. But for this, just let's keep it simple. And just put it around the inside of the track. And people, remember, the purpose of this is to allow this for general use. So it's not like we're putting a lock on that fence
Right.
either, so. But we will
Use
monitor
but
it.
not abuse.
Yes.
Right.
So Betty,
I'll change,
redo your-
I'll amend it to, okay, motion to approve the
Hold on,
piggyback
hold on,
contract.
Keith, that's, would like to say something.
Yeah, you answered a good question with the curving and the fencing. I pointed out too, and you had talked about it earlier, there's also piping. Ms. Akamondo said it was for drainage, because you did say it's not for sprinklers. What are the piping? What's the piping for? It's piping on the diagram.
Oh,
Drainage.
that's the drainage.
It's right, it is
Yeah, it's a
drainage.
flat pipe, so that's. collected.
You think?
I'm like, ooh, where are we going?
Okay.
Okay, back to the
So
motion.
I'm amending my motion to be consider, or actually approving piggyback contract cooperative agreement with LTG Sports Turf One LLC. Subject to,
Legal review.
subject to legal review up to $1.8 million, because that includes the fence.
I second.
And did we need something else, Frank?
Well, just to clarify then, so there were two proposals. You're accepting their proposal, which is on page 76 of your packet. It's their proposal 2024-42, which is for design and engineering of synthetic turf system for 84,750. That's accepted. Then the other proposal is they identifies 2024-041 is on page 72 of your packet. It has they originally estimated 1.543,550 for the field construction cost, and there were two additional options which I understand you're accepting. One is for the cool play infill system, which is an additional 72,420, and the 4-foot vinyl chain link fence at 95,350. Those are
Yes.
included in it. So, and And there may be some adjustment that would afterwards, after they complete the design. that
Or
would
permitting
push
process.
For permitting processes and that sort of thing. So it should not exceed 1.8 million. That's for both.
That's
I
correct.
just- Seeing the 1.7, I just want a clarification. The contract we just signed with Juniper, that is, what, is there gonna have any overlap?
No,
It's a separate
it's
issue.
Totally
This is for
separate. This is
building.
for the engineering design of installation, then the installation with material, then with cool play, and then with the optional fence. Juniper is a completely different contract with maintenance of fields and landscaping, and then part of that contract, you know, did take into account that eventually that we would have this field.
So,
But
Yeah.
but there wasn't an amount allocated for
No.
maintenance.
No, there
Okay.
was no amount in
Right.
this contract for any maintenance.
Oh, in the Juniper contract
In-
for the turf field,
Yeah.
right, and that's why, Keith. This comes with a machine and training of our staff to maintain the field. And then we would have the option in the future to bring you in a couple times a year, you said.
That's
if-
correct,
If
yeah.
needed.
We basically
Or-
say it's like a dentist. You're gonna brush your teeth every day. Once, twice a year, you're gonna go see the dentist and
Right.
come in and do the heavy
Okay,
deep
and,
grooming.
and it's recommended to do that, as I recall from the previous presentations and discussions we had with various companies, was that you want to make sure you keep up on that maintenance because it extends the life
That's correct.
of the field.
so this is also in the long run saving us money on what we
Yes.
would have been paying Juniper because this is self-sufficient.
Yes.
Just to be, I want to make sure you understand, Juniper, it is part of their contract to maintain this field. We do not have to do it in-house. So
Correct.
we,
It is in the
It
amount.
currently is, and the way it's set up with
we're
Ricardo,
not paying for it until it initiates, but we
Right.
had them included knowing that we would be doing this.
But we're not
Correct.
paying for it. right
We are
now
not
'cause it's
paying them
not-
until they start doing it.
Because if we
Then
were,
would
they
start.
should be fired because the field is a disaster, so.
Well, yeah, but not really, it's not a.
That's another story.
And just for my understanding, what is the longevity of this?
But typically, as an 8-year standard warranty, now we're seeing probably closer to 10 to 12 years on average, with some of the better maintained fields lasting even a little bit longer.
Okay.
in, for, just to kind of go off of that, in say 10 to 12 years, when you guys have to do repair, what would your repair look like? And the estimated cost at that point?
The carpet comes off, a little fine laser grade of the base, and new carpet goes on. Typically, we see that about 60% of the original purchase price.
Hmm.
So that's where you really start to see the long-term cost savings amortized nicely out there.
This was one of the things we kind of presented a couple years ago when we were talking about the long-term savings at ACP North. That once it's in, you have the base material, you have the drainage, everything's there. They just have to keep changing the wallpaper basically.
And by having the fence up, that's gonna stop some stuff that should make it even last longer because you don't have the wear and tear of motorized vehicles and stuff on it.
Yes, we would obviously recommend that you rarely drive any sort of vehicles on there. It should be more like a golf cart, a gator, things that are very small.
And so to that point, let's just say something happens and it needs to be repaired. What does that look like?
Give us a call. We're right down the street. We'll come up and take a look at it and find a very quick solution.
Can this carpet be patched in if let's say one area is bad? Are we patching in or are we saying, oh no, we got to replace the whole thing?
Oh, no, we would rarely, if ever.
And that
replace-
won't
replace the whole
affect
thing.
play at all if they had to patch it in?
No.
Okay, good, very good.
And
Thank you.
and to kind of add to it, this is also going to include our removable glow posts. They're going to install that as well. As a
Oh,
part of
very
this.
good.
We already own them, so we have them in stock. We just haven't installed them yet because we knew that eventually we'd have to dig them out.
Right, okay.
Kind of go off of what she was just asking. If we're patching, so is the turf going to be, the lines are a whole separate turf compared to the green? Yeah, the green turf, or is it all?
I know they're
You
inlaid.
know what I'm saying? They're
So,
inlaid,
yeah,
right?
that's
So let's say the green wasn't so great in like a 5 or 10 yards, they could just do that.
Go to the line.
Yeah. So
Okay.
It wouldn't be the So everything's already kind of patched as it is. It's not like it's rolling one big
Gotcha.
curve.
Yeah. This is kind of off the wall too, but I mean, if you watch sporting events too, they have tarps that they put over the field. If you have very bad weather or something like that, that doesn't include anything like that.
Not necessary. These fields drain at 40 inches an hour. So it's, you're thinking more like the baseball side where it's a
No,
natural.
it is financial, but you do, sometimes they do cover even the artificial fields if there's like something really big.
Usually that's if there's a freshly painted logo and they don't want it to fade. So, but
Excellent. Thank you. Okay,
One last question. So we are doing lines and we're doing multi-purpose lines so that we can use it multi-purpose, right? Like, okay,
yeah, that's one of the best parts about synthetic is the flexibility. So.
okay. All right.
And again, we can work with you to design however, whatever you like line wise. I think we had soccer and football primary and then. whatever we need.
As a message, yes.
yes, okay. Public comment.
And is Michael?
Coach Duncan.
Sure.
Hello, Richard Vassalot again. I didn't hear the whole presentation. This does sound amazing. My question would be, we fire rescue, not me anymore, but fire rescue uses that field as a landing zone for Trauma Hawk to land and fly out our very seriously critically injured patients.
Multi-purpose field.
Yeah.
So my question would be, if this happens, which it does sound great, can you land a helicopter on it? I don't know what the weight is, plus they have to roll a stretcher out. The fence sounds amazing. That would need to somehow make sure a stretcher gets through and stuff like that, but I don't know the exact weight of the helicopter. It's not light, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
so great question. Yes, so Marine One with the president has landed on our fields before. And it's actually pretty routine for coaches like Kirby Smart or Nick Saban when they come in to recruit kids on high schools that have our fields, they will land the helicopters right on the field. So it's not advised because if there is an accident or something, it could cause a lot of damage. But I mean, it's a bigger damage at that point. But yeah, roto wash does not affect the infill. And assuming there isn't a wreck, then yeah, it's fine.
You don't watch the news.
Through-
Nick Saban
through the chair.
retired.
What's
So
that?
You don't watch the news. Nick Saban retired.
Yo, I do know that. Yes, they're a customer too. I'll add.
So just as a reminder, we are still planning and it's already budgeted to do field 2,
Right.
which would have been the original field 1 with the artificial turf field. That'll
they
be
can
another
land.
option. They can land there.
Okay.
And we also have ACP North.
Yep.
Or the parking lot. So there is options still available.
And there will be gates on the fence, so.
Right. So that if they needed to, for whatever reason. Okay.
And obviously
All right.
that the fence
Oh,
would be
yes.
required through the job, so.
No, it's
The
okay.
gate would be required, so an ambulance can pull in, because you see that sometimes where they come up.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. You have a double wide gate for emergency response equipment, maintenance equipment. So you would have at least 1 20-foot wide entrance into the field plus any other, pedestrian gates that would be designed into it.
We would probably end up doing kind of something like the barrel arenas where the 2 sides would be the large entries with several pedestrian ones in the middle.
Okay. Very good.
And I would just like to add is that this is great for the Acres Athletic League program, because when you're getting the natural grass fields time to rest, we can use those fields into where we can keep our rotation and keep our play up. And the only other thing that I would like to recommend, if Acres Athletic League logo can go on there as well. So I'd like to add that in there as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But one last question, and y'all gonna put in your contract that if we choose to do the other field in this, you're gonna give us a discount?
Oh, for God's
We'll do our best.
Okay. Michael, do you have anything?
No, looks good.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll call the vote. We have the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Michael?
I think I heard him say aye, but I'm not sure.
He said,
Yeah.
I too.
You're good? Okay. All right. Motion passes 5-0. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us tonight.
Thank you, Coach Danny. You were a big part of this too.
And we'll keep it this.
Okay. So now we're going to get to 7-1. This is to consider, gentlemen.
Through the
This,
Chair, Danny, would you mind getting Mr. Engel, because he has been waiting all night for this particular item,
oh,
so
gotcha.
he stepped outside.
Okay. So this, 7-1, we're going to consider change order number 1 to the R3 Hamlin Boulevard for cost reduction. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Reduction. That's what I said.
Reduction.
That's what I said.
Reduction.
Reduction.
Starting
You're emphasizing reduction, less money. Yes, we're spending less money.
Just talking about it now, so you're here.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Robinson.
Good evening. So with the project on Hamlin Boulevard, the contractor brought up a alternative to the using of the GeoGrid. I was hoping to have CapTech's letter in here. They're in full agreement. They've had it for 2 weeks. But I'll go move forward with this. So this is to consider change order. This would be a deductive change order for $174,963.81. Ranger proposed an alternative to using the geomat that was originally designed to go up underneath that. They came back, they did the soil analysis of the borings. They came up with a proposal. So instead of the 10 inches of FDR and the GeoGrid, they came up with a factor. It would be a 14-inch FDR, which would be actually far superior in strength to the 10 inches. And it's a lot easier to do the construction. So they proposed this. CapTech reviewed their analysis of it, made some comments. They came back and CapTech was in full agreement of this. And I apologize for not having their letter. They've had this for 2 weeks and they're just kind of backed up. So what I would recommend is the motion to approve with once we have the recommendation from CapTech's letter, but to move forward with the deductive change order. And letter number 1 is the FDR from Ranger, which outlines the process. Any questions?
Thank you.
This improves the strength, right?
Yes,
And
the load value actually increases with this proposal.
And so because of that, you can use less material on top. Is that how we're saving money?
We are saving by, there is an interwoven fabric that was initially designed to help displace the load. What to compensate for that fabric, because it's a real pain in the butt to put down. Basically, you have to take all the material up, put the fabric down, put the material back on, and then mix it. They were worried about the depth of mix interfering with the GeoGrid, with the fabric underneath it. It's just a wide woven mesh. And since we're doing lanes and lanes and have to keep driveways and entrances to the park open, it's faster to do it this way and you have a better product. So their design came up with a little bit more of an admixture and a deeper mix. The actual structural value is greater than it would be as originally designed by CapTech. And they were fully supported. Like I said, I apologize not for having their letter of recommendation in here, but the plans were amended to include this design.
Okay.
I love saving our district and our residents money. Is there any other places we can incorporate this to save more money?
If I can find them, I'll use them.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make the motion to approve change order number 1, deductive R3 road plan, Hamlin Boulevard for cost reduction of $174,963.81.
Second.
Yep. Who said that first?
Patty.
Patty. Okay, thank you. Public comment.
At Engel,
Mr. Engel.
your turn. Yay.
That's great, but this shows that between having the material versus the 14-inch reclamation, when Hamlin at the westernmost 250 feet was just milled. Okay, and no substrate mitigation was done on that 250 feet. Part of what I had asked for about with that is, and there was also no sidewalk put in. And the answer that I got was that the west end is thought to be sufficient. The design was purposely stopped for cost savings. The design and the allowable easement for the road construction does not allow any trails to build a road on it, which is why it's being left completely misaligned. However, the easement, the stated exclusion from Mr. Foy that said that is only relevant to section 29 and 32. It's obviously too late now, but that whole road should have been realigned. But when the millings were done along 190th, there was no sidewalk installed there either, and which leaves us over a mile of no sidewalks at all and no walkable shoulders. So when I asked about that, I was told that the sidewalks weren't included for 190th, Calamundon or 180th, but staff asked the board if they wanted to add sidewalks on Calamundon and 180th, which the board agreed to. But adding a sidewalk on 190th would need to be accompanied by adding a sidewalk on Hamlin, and it would serve fewer residents. Therefore, it wasn't brought to the board. There's no reason a sidewalk shouldn't have been put there. But just because it would serve fewer residents, which is approximately 60 homes, is no reason to not even bring it to the board. If we're going to eliminate this and save $175,000, that's great. But can we use some of that to do the sidewalks that got omitted and to do that last 250 feet? Because that's also comes up to 190th, where GL is going to be using that as a construction entrance. I've been bouncing down that road for 20 years. I put up with it for 20 years. We're going to spend almost $2 million to fix it. Can we just do it right?
Through the chair. So a couple things.
Yes.
This is my understanding. Our boundary roads have a narrower easement. And as a result, oftentimes we have a narrower road and a narrow swale and no sidewalk. So that's my understanding of 190th. Is that correct? I thought you had responded that in one of the emails.
That's true of Hamlin.
Okay. And then the easement for Hamlin where the sidewalk is right now is on county property. The county did, yes, the county built that when they built the school, and they also, it's my understanding, paved that road when they built the park. So,
yeah.
Okay. That was my understanding. When it came back to the board for the sidewalk on Calamundon, there were no sidewalks in any of those plans when we did the R3. But staff had proposed that we put a sidewalk on Calamundon because it was the one road that we had the space to be able to do it. It doesn't just benefit the residents on Calamundon, because the whole point of it is it had, doesn't it line up with the connection to the park? So the residents come from both directions. If they're walking, they can walk down Calamundon to the park and cross to the park. That was my understanding. So
correct. But 190th, where I'm at, there's a canal that divides us from there. So we have no choice but to come down 190th and up Hamlin. 190th has about 20 to 30 feet additional easement, even after the road's been milled, that's unused. But it's very soft sand and overgrown. So you can't walk on it. There's a 1/4 mile section of the sidewalk along Hamlin that I believe you're talking about. And I understand you up the school board property and then for the park, and it comes down and then it stops at a 1/4 mile, because that's where GL Homes property starts, from that last 1/4 mile from the park to 190. The easements as they're written are all the exact same. It's basically the same language, and then it says this applies to, and then puts the list. So the north side of section 22, which is basically where the same section of parks in, has 50 feet of easement on the north side. The south side of section 15, which is where Hamlin is now, also has a 50-foot easement. So there's a total of 100-foot easement there. Mr. Foy, when I asked him about it, he basically said that the easement that is for the section 22 does not allow Indian Trails to build a road in it. So, but the language is exactly the same, and what he cited is that it's only for, my notes, it's only for whatever. That exclusion, when I read back through the easements, is only to sections, which is 29 and 32, which is Santa Rosa Groves. It doesn't apply to section 22. Nothing that I see in any of the easements applies to section 22. So I understand that if we're not going to, at this point especially, I understand we're not going to shift the whole road over 20 feet where it belongs, but there is still obviously got to be some 4 feet for a sidewalk. Okay, because especially now with the curve there and the millings, people are driving a lot faster. We have nowhere, and then also the roads are built to a narrower standard. So we have narrower roads with higher speed traffic on them, and we have no sidewalks. Some people for over 1.25 miles with 0 sidewalk. And that is including if you went to the sidewalk on Calamunda, it's still that distance. So if we're going to save $175,000, that's great. I mean, you know, I've been in here talking about how we're spending too much money, so I'm all for the saving 175. But with that, I really would like to see something done with the sidewalks. We're the only one in that whole area that I know of that doesn't have any kind of sidewalk on the perimeter. I understand they're not going down the sidewalk.
Most of ours
Oh,
don't actually.
But
So-
Okay, thank you, Mr. Engel. Jay, will you look into that easement and if that is even a possibility?
Hamlin Boulevard easement is, I believe it's 50 feet. I don't have it in front of me. The problem comes in putting the sidewalk on Hamlin, not on 190th. Hamlin, we don't have a right to put, it's outside of a unit of development.
Right.
Second, it's GL property. So there are mutual easements, but that does not give us the right to build
So this is
outside of
something that
not
could
only
be
a
going to
unit, but
GL.
the right to build on a mutual easement. We have the right, the successors to the easement have the right to utilize it for ingress and egress. That does not give them the right to build on that. So in order to put a sidewalk connection through the park, you have to go on private property, or you have to construct it in the 50-foot easement in the swale that's very narrow and deep. So it wouldn't make sense to put the 190th sidewalk unless you could connect it.
Right.
Eventually that
So
would happen.
maybe GL needs to put the sidewalk in on their side.
They
and-
are required to construct Hamlin if their project goes forward.
Right.
And they're not required to do it until they get, it's the third
yeah.
phase, so they'd have to
It-
get all the way.
It's decades away.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay, thank you very much.
So what about the last 250 feet?
It's owned by GL Homes. We don't
No,
have,
no, no, talking about it. Last 250 feet, no substitution is done, it's just millings put on there, and now they're leaving that
why
250
isn't
feet
that
millings. Yeah,
contract?
we're redoing the whole road, let's just do it.
And the sequence of should I answer the question? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
All right, the sequence of the construction was because Indian Trail is a lot faster than design plans and construction, bid letting, et cetera. The staff did the road and it was not appropriate not to come around the corner. And staff believes that they put enough thickness for the condition of the road. If it does have a problem, we will have to go back and fix it.
Okay.
But we believe now that the proper solution is not to tear up something you just put down until you know it's causing a problem. But we would be obligated to fix it if it doesn't hold up.
Okay.
We stopped the plans on purpose not to destroy what we just put in.
Right.
So
That
we
would
can't
be a
pave-
waste of money.
You can't pave over what's there? I mean,
You could mill and overlay it. Yes, we haven't tried that yet, but you could.
all right.
Thank you. Okay, let's call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Michael? Michael?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, item 7.2. Consider the installation of barriers along 140th Avenue North and 162nd Drive North. Mr. Hanson?
Yep. Thank you through the chair. I would like to split this into two parts tonight, if that's possible, because the original plan, if you notice, was this was up at the top of the regular agenda, and I understand why we did it. But in order to discuss 140th, I don't think that I feel comfortable without having our special litigators here tonight.
Okay.
And I don't think it's fair to Ms. Viator or Mr. Palin that we talk about that, but would like to talk about 162nd.
Okay.
If the board's okay with that.
So-
Because there's a couple other parts to 140th that really need
Right.
legal, and I don't think.
So do we want to postpone?
If the board would like, we can postpone the whole thing and we can bring it back. I just, if you'd like, or we can talk specifically about 162nd.
So
because
why don't we address 162nd, because we know we have an immediate problem there, and we'll just postpone 140th. Does that work?
It's up to the board, or if you would prefer to have your special counsel here, at least on Zoom, because
I would like to have them on Zoom for 140th.
Ms. Viator, do you have any concerns about 162nd or?
I'm not aware of them,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
it's surely up to the board and you're more familiar with this nuance.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure they were okay with
Okay,
that.
very
I'm
good.
trying to figure out, how is it any different?
Whether
It's
there's
one and the same, essentially. One is just, it's the same thing now, actually, because
it is, but there's a couple of additional steps that I believe that Mr. Lebedecker probably wanted to explain to you that needs to also go along with this. So.
no, and I understand that, but I think that there's issues with 162nd as well.
So I would make recommendation, we just defer
Alright.
this.
Yes.
Postpone the whole thing,
Yes.
unless there's a
That's fine.
reason to address 162nd
We
today.
can wait another. on that.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
So
yeah,
Okay.
So
yeah, and
make
I
the motion.
apologize.
Yeah, no.
Again,
I'll make the motion to postpone 7.2 until next month's
July
meeting, July
24th.
24th.
Yeah, or the availability of Mr. Lebedecker, because
Okay.
I will not, or Mr. Pepin, one of them can
Okay.
address it.
Okay.
Postpone 7.2 till special legal counsel is available.
And they don't necessarily have to be physically present.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
Just,
they can be
yeah.
on Zoom to save money. but
Okay.
yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any public comment on the postponement of this item? Anybody online comment? No. Michael, do you have anything on this?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion to postpone. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Michael? Aye. Okay. Passes 5-0. Okay, now 7.4. To consider the Equestrian Trail and Infrastructure Committee's recommendation for additional signage. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Farrell for her comments.
Okay, we can make this quick and sweet. Motion would be to approve 4 equestrian signs on 140th Avenue North and 3 equestrian signs on 40th Street. As of right now, I believe there's only 1 in that area. So the equestrian crew, we kind of, they started directing where we're just kind of fixating on one section at a time instead of an overall, so we can hopefully accomplish things a little more expeditiously. So they picked this as like one of the first things they wanted to look at and accomplish. So the committee is asking for the board to give direction to staff to go ahead and get the 4 signs on 140th and 3 signs on 40th. Just so that there's
Through the chair. Are these normal signs, or what kind of signs are these? Because there's no pictures, nothing. And I'm kind of confused about why we had a presentation item and an agenda item on the same thing. When there was no
Well,
presentation.
There was supposed to be a presentation, so I don't know what happened there.
Through the chair. Yeah, it's the same 36 by 24 signs that you see, the turquoise ones, and then the 12 by 18, which are the smaller signs that with the caution and all in that. So I believe that's what the that's what the equestrian trail committee was requesting
Yes.
at these locations. But the district engineer, or more specifically, traffic engineer will have to work with operations on where we put those signs specifically. So,
Okay, and then what side of 140th? Because
yeah, I'm not sure, Mr.
I think that this should be postponed with the 140th issue because
Yeah, that's,
where's the trail on 140th right now going to be? I mean,
I think they were more concerned that there's just simply no signs there whatsoever, and they would like more signs. I don't
I
think it was
understand, but-
specifically to say that there was a trail, but more to say that there's no signage to,
There's a lot of equestrians that go down to 40th.
yeah.
through the chair, maybe what we can do is, I believe the next meeting for the equestrian trails is sometime in early July. 40th, we do have a horse trail, so maybe tonight you can, if the board wants to, you can approve those, and if you want to, you can approve the other signs for 140th, once we get more information, or we can bring that back as a separate item, because remember, at the July, hopefully at the July 24th meeting, the Equestrian Trail Committee, as Ms. Farrell indicated earlier, will be bringing back in conjunction with staff the recommendation for fencing along 130th for the trail there on 130th Avenue North.
well, and to that point, didn't we already approve that fencing to be done when we approved the milling to be done?
Not this time.
You approved us to research it and to come back, and I had asked that we take it to the Equestrian Trail Committee. We never got any feedback. At this last meeting, we got feedback, so now Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Lester have to give us what the costs are, and that's why it's not on tonight's meeting, because they just had.
But we just
the meeting
literally-
2 nights ago,
Uh,
because that's going to be a very expensive, fence from basically, Orange Grove or 44th up to, Persimmon. So,
But we already approved as part of the millings on both
I
east
mean,
and west side, we approved where that milling is
yeah,
for the fence to be done. Did we not? Because
No.
that was my understanding that was approved then. With that millings
No.
petition, it was a requirement. when we
it
talked
was
about that.
part of it, but it was for us to bring back what the cost would be and whether they want
what
split
style.
rail and whether or not where the brakes would be, because you just can't put a continuous fence, so you need brakes along it where a horse can enter. But it was also looking at on Persimmon Boulevard, what can you put at the end? Because you can't necessarily put a gate because, horse can't get through that, but we need some type of way to get our equipment onto the canal, east side of the canal. But we're also trying to figure out, is there a way that we could put in something where a four-wheeler or side-by-side, I don't think we'll be able to prevent dirt bikes because it just, so we asked them to look at that as well. Instead of me or instead of Mr. Lawrence or Miss O'Neill or me trying to come up with something with Jay, we thought it'd be better to send it through them because that's part of what this board had asked them to do.
That's so, I just want to go back on to task with this on 140th. Why would it be an issue to put signs on 140th if all we're doing is just letting people know that there's an equestrian community
Well,
on
because
140th?
without getting too in the
Depth
depth
of
of it, on the east side of 140th, it may not be conducive for a horse trail.
Mhm.
And on the west side of it, I think.
It's
we'd
not,
have to-
I get you.
Yes.
Okay. All right, but we could focus on 40th.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna make the motion. We'll amend it to say, motion to approve 3 equestrian signs on 40th Street.
Second.
Okay, excuse me, any public comment? Nothing online? No, okay. So yes.
So are there particular rules for where you can put the signs? And
Is there a cost? Like, can you share the cost with us for signs? So if somebody wanted to order a sign, could we do that?
Defer that to Burgess.
Yeah, okay, yes, thank you, through the chair. So cost estimate for a 36-inch by 24-inch sign, one-sided sign, is approximately $80. For the 12 by 18-inch one-sided sign, it's approximately $24. What they're asking for 40th Street would be approximately $240, and then for 140th, it'd be $320, but they're not considering that tonight. And then the locations, we work with the traffic engineer to determine the best spots because of driveways and roadway intersections, because sightline, things of that nature. So we take a look at that. Or actually, Jay.
Question.
Where I am, whether it's conducive for a sign, and I'm willing to pay for that sign, can I do that? This is my call.
Did you send the email earlier? Oh, okay.
We've discussed that at the Equestrian Community and with you, that adopting signs.
You know,
We just have never moved
I
forward.
mean, that's something for the board to consider. I can't give an answer because we really don't have a
Right.
policy on it.
Right.
So,
Through the chair.
but
One of the purposes of having an equestrian committee is to actually have some consistency in what we're doing throughout the district. And it would seem to me that if you don't understand where the trails are and what works and what doesn't work, why are we talking about signage? I'm all for promoting equestrian in our community, but I'm a little concerned that, we're coming to ask to place a few signs on spots and there wasn't any consideration given to certain things. I'm a little concerned about that. So, there needs to be consistency in how we're approaching this. And we've spent a lot of money already, and time and energy and public input on a mobility plan and an equestrian portion of that mobility plan. And I don't understand why we're not looking at that and why that's not being addressed here. So I do want to request that we're not taking a haphazard approach here. Why are we starting there doing that? It needs to make sense, right? 130th, we had already discussed that in terms of needing to put fencing there because of the millings project that we approved on 130th as a pilot project. We approved that section. That was my understanding, to protect the horses, at least in that section. And that is the most traveled route in the district in terms of an equestrian trail. 40th Street to the park is as well, but there's some unique issues there as well that I think need to be considered in terms of where those signs are being placed. And if we're saying that this is a bridle path, is it actually a safe bridle path? I mean, the last time I drove 40th, I was shocked that it was 3 lanes wide almost. The way it's been graded, it's horrible. It should be a narrower road, and it should have a grass bridle path along it. And so these are the things that I think the equestrian committee, you would think, would be looking at and
Through the chair.
should be talking about.
Let me address a couple of those concerns. So as I'm sure you know, there were some changes over the last 2 meetings. We had a few new people join in. I think with what we had from the month before, this is what they wanted to focus on. They added new people to the committees or to the committee. And I think this is what they focused on. They also, as I mentioned, they talked about the fencing and what type of fencing they wanted to present to the board at the following, in July's meeting. I think there is consistency. I think there was inconsistency prior with some of the committee members that were on, some of the people that weren't coming. And we are now trying to get everything reined in and uniform and controlled to where we can go ahead and do presentations. So I think what you're asking is what is happening.
Okay, well, it's not evident in
Well,
this,
that's-
so.
Opinion.
Through the chair, I apologize. I don't have an exhibit A to give to the board, but we do have a map. And it has distances like quarter mile, half mile, 2 miles. It goes down 1/30th, it goes down 60th, it goes down 1/40th, and it goes back down 40th Street. That is one section of the trail map. There's other sections, but that is the one that we have looked at and have concentrated and actually have a map to present, but I apologize. I must have taken it out of my car, otherwise I could have showed that the committee is working hard. Patty has done a great job as the new chair of the committee, and we're getting things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to install 3 signs on 40th Street, which the traffic engineer will assist with the proper placement of those signs. And we have a second. There is public comment was done, so let's call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Michael?
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Item 7.5. To consider executive director evaluation, and I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Donlin, who's been patiently waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. As you know, my name is Laura Donlin. I do your labor and employment work for the district. For tonight's evaluation, the process is really the same as we've had over the past number of years, even predating Mr. Hansen. I circulated the forms that were agreed upon a couple of years ago to be used. They seem to be functioning as desired, so we did not bring that forward again. As I go through, for folks who have not been through this process before, I will go through some of the basics. But I will remind everybody that this is a little bit of a unique process for local government generally, where your executive director or your city manager, folks like that, are evaluated in public. Most of us in private sector don't go through that process with an audience or other folks listening in or watching on. So just a reminder to anyone who might make public comment or folks up here, just, again, maintaining our professionalism as you all have done in the past. With that said, the evaluation forms were provided to all the board members. Each of you had an opportunity, if you chose to meet with or call the executive director and speak with Mr. Hansen directly about his performance and the evaluation. One of the reasons we go through the evaluation process annually is because the contract does provide that we do endeavor to evaluate him at the June board meeting. So here we are, it's June, it's the board meeting, we're doing it. And when you do the evaluation, if you find that the performance has been at least satisfactory based on the average score of all the evaluations submitted, which is at least a 3.0 on the scale that we use, then the board may award an increase in base salary as agreed in y'all's sole discretion, obviously subject to budget. Any increase does not have to be in a formal amendment to the contract in terms of wages. If you do choose to modify any benefits or other things, we would need to do an amendment that would come back at the next meeting. I have collected all of your performance evaluations. Everyone very timely completed those. I appreciate that, so I could do the math. And the average score based on all 5 evaluations is a final score of 4.93 out of 5. So congratulations. That's very
well deserved.
With the score that you have, the board does have the opportunity to provide for an increase in base salary or other benefits. To provide you some context, I wanted to share with you all what Mr. Hansen has requested, as well as some other information, so you all can make an informed decision about what you would like to do, if anything. Mr. Hansen has requested a wage increase from his current salary to somewhere that I'll describe it as closer to what is the midpoint or the average of other district managers or executive directors for special districts in our area. In the past, we have looked at specific districts and municipalities, not necessarily because municipalities look exactly like we do, but just for point of reference about what's going on around us. But for those district managers or executive directors, whatever the title may be, their range for these 5 other districts ranges from 189 and change to 239, 990, so almost 240. The midpoint of that is 214, 626. The average of that is 222, 930. And Mr. Hanson requested somewhere between the range of 213, 180 through 222, 870. So again, just to provide you some context there. The city manager salaries, one I've excluded because it was very high in comparison to all the other municipalities that we looked or that I looked at. The midpoint there was 228 and change with the average of 227 and change. In addition to that, Mr. Hanson has requested an increase in the monthly car allowance, which is presently $400 a month. He's requested that be moved to $500 per month. And then he has also requested an additional 40-hour accrual of vacation. With that said, just kind of providing you that backdrop and information, up to you all how you, if you'd like to discuss first, if you'd like to have Mr. Hanson share anything with you first, it just up to you. Reminder that once you get to a decision point, we will need to take public comment before you do vote on anything. So.
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying thank you to Mr. Hanson. In the relatively short time that I've been on the board and even dealing with you prior to, I have a lot of respect for everything that you do. You're put up against a lot. And especially recently in the past year or so, we'll say, probably more than what most special district executive directors have to deal with. And you've handled it with grace and even at some of these meetings. So I appreciate all of that as well. You've always been very professional. And you've formed great relationships with people that we have to work with that are critical that we have to work with. And sometimes we may not like to or like the idea, but you understand the importance of that. And you understand the importance of where we need to be, not just today, but in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. You bring that experience with you, that life and work balance experience that is critical for the district and where we're going in the future and all the uphill struggles that we face currently and that are coming at us every day. And you see the big picture, and that is critical for us. And so I really want to point that out. You've lifted, and I don't know if I want to say the identity, but you've lifted the status of Indian Trail, I feel like, with all of that I just said. And with that comes a lot of respect. And that respect is growing in your actions that you take every day, along with your staff, who greatly respects you. And that alone speaks volumes. You know, we can have a great executive director that staff is like, and it's not like that here. And that means a lot to not only to us, not only to the staff, production, but to the entire community. And I think it's very important. There have been countless issues of decades of neglect that you've helped us get through and improve and correct. So I really appreciate all of that. And the Corbett levy and all the work that you did along with everyone else that was involved, including, you know, our team, our Sluggett and Associates helping with that, and getting them on board, and even our new people in Tallahassee. working with them and the great relationship you have that you brought with you, right? This is not something that you just, developed. This is your work experience and your history. So I have nothing but good things to say, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate you answering the phone and sending emails at 11 o'clock at night and working on your vacation. So I can certainly understand why you'd be entitled to more vacation, because you really don't ever get one. I know you'll answer my call when you're on vacation, when you're on the road, when you're in the middle of a cattle drive. Sometimes it doesn't even matter. You're answering that phone. So you're already going above and beyond. So I can't make a motion, but I ask the board that we have a really good man here that the staff respects, and we have a great crew. And I feel like we really need to step up for him. So that's just my thoughts, and thank you for everything.
So what I appreciate is when our special legal team was thanking people, Betty and Frank Palin, Mary Viator, Jay, but he also pointed out, he saved the best for last, and he said Burgess, and he said Burgess is the go-to guy. So I would like to say that's an absolute fact. I feel like we had several issues that we had to go in front of county commissioners, that you were there assisting, organizing. We have Sluggett and Associates that were there. I feel like you've surrounded yourself by really good supportive staff, Kenny with Parks and Recs, Lester, he's fantastic. Rob Robinson, I know he's been here since beforehand, but hey, fantastic. Scarlett. So you have really created a great sound team. Miriam Heiser. So, I mean, everybody that you have on your staff seems to be very well supportive, very well respect you. I see that you're always trying to look at what can help improve our area district-wise. A lot of people, I don't want to say a lot, but sometimes people don't agree with decisions that are made, and that's going to happen. But sometimes we have to move through, find positives, and find ways to try to have as many people happy as we can. And I feel like you do that. I think pick up the phone and you're answering back or emailing back. So I know I'm wet behind the ears in this position. I never thought of doing anything political, but you sure helped me make it easier. So I appreciate everything you do.
I've been through a lot of district managers here in the 26 years that I've been here, and I told Burgess, I just wish he'd answer the phone from me. He doesn't. But
That's not true.
He is right now. He's just so red.
It's almost like getting roasted, but in a good way.
Positive.
Worse.
But like I said, in the 26 years, I give Burgess he's the best one that I dealt with, whether I was just a resident here or on this board of directors. He's done a great job. And like I've always said, when you look at military, you praise in public, you criticize in private. But the other thing is, a good leader is someone that has people behind him that's smarter than him, so that he looks smart. And he's put a great team together. So that's the whole team here needs to applaud themselves, because your accomplishments is because of them. But in keeping with Ms. Akamundo, what you have accomplished for us the last year up in Tallahassee is lights out for what we've had representation in Tallahassee. So you have put Indian Trail on the map, and I look forward to working longer with you and having this team build and having the district being more respectful in this county and the state. And let's go all the way to DC to get representation up there, because we need the help. And thank you, Mr. Burgess, for your efforts and dedication to duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So.
Wow.
Best for last.
Well, Michael's still there.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say a whole lot, Burgess, because you know how I feel.
Yeah.
And I believe that your heart is in the right place, and your heart is in this job, and it is aligned with whether residents agree with it or not. It is aligned with what we have fought for and what is the heart of this community. And that is what we saw in you when we interviewed you. And that is what we continue to see in you. That is what I continue to see in you. So I appreciate everything that you do. And I appreciate the time that you put into it. And I know since I've been on the board and my time before, because, you know, I didn't just live in this community. I came to ITID meetings long before I was elected. And I sat in those chairs at every single meeting. And I saw, you know, things about how the district was being run, how there was just the whole gambit. Okay. And one of the things when we were looking for a new district manager, executive director, was trying to take us to the next level, because we knew then that there was a lot that was going to be happening. And we needed somebody who could handle that, who could carry that torch, and who could stand up to the pressures of it, because it's not easy. And it needed to be somebody that we could trust. And that's why where your heart is so important. And so for that, I say thank you.
Thank
Michael?
Oh, I know I had a very long discussion with Miss Donlin about all this, and basically just to keep it short and sweet, I agree with everybody else up there on the panel. So good job, Burgess.
Oh, sure. Take the easy way out. Make us do all the work. Nice. Thanks,
Yeah.
Mike. Thank you,
Great. I don't have to
Michael.
correct
Thank
anything. You
you.
did great.
Wonderful.
Okay, well,
So
here we are.
if I could, just before,
Yes.
it has no bearing on what you decide, but I just actually want to thank all of you. And, you know, certainly Miss Argue, Mr. Johnson, I've worked with them the longest here, but, you know, Keith second. And by the way, Keith, more recently, I've had more face-to-face time with you.
It was
That's either a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not quite sure.
But yeah, but in all seriousness, though, a lot of what we've accomplished here, while yeah, played a part of it, it's really board leadership that matters. It's what you do, and you guys actually have, I always say, the toughest jobs, because you don't get paid anything. You get grenades thrown at you anytime when you're even in the market. So I really appreciate what all of you have done. And I do, you know, just going back the other way, you know, Michael's going through a lot, you know, we all know that, and he's stepping up, you know, and taking his job serious. Miss Argue, you know, you did, Mr. Berman was correct. I sat through her depositions, and they tried everything to get her to say something incorrect, and at times were even hostile towards her, and she didn't change. She didn't flip out or do anything. She just stayed right on course. She helped us with a lot of these other projects. You know, Keith, you've been a big part going to Tallahassee, going to Foskey, trying to work with the public, make this a better place. And, you know, Miss Farrell, sorry, Keith, I called you Keith, but Mr. Jordan, Miss Argue, but, you know, Miss Farrell, you know, same thing with you. It's tough. You jumped in. You and Ms. Acamunda both jumped in when we were at the height of a lot of serious issues, and, you know, you didn't miss a beat. You took it took the bull by the horns and did what you had to do. And I appreciate what all of you do to raise the level up, because, you know, while I've tried to help, it's really been you that has risen and made yourselves available to the public, but more importantly, available to state representatives, state senators, county commissioners. And hopefully the next step will be you, US congressmen and women, senators, and all of that. And that's where I think we start addressing the big issues over the next 2 to 3 years. And that the biggest one for me, at least from my perspective, is getting that 640 acre expansion of the M1 done. Because as Mr. Foy said, that is what makes the difference for the M1 basin. And then there's some more work we need to do in the M2 and clearly out in the M3. So, you know, I appreciate everything you do, Mary, Frank, you know, appreciate all of your work. And I know I drive you nuts sometimes because I'm more aggressive and want to get things done, but I appreciate your calm demeanor and good advice. And same way with you, Mr. Foy, you've definitely done a terrific job. One of the best engineers I've actually worked with, and I've probably worked with at least 8. So, and I put you in the #1 spot. So, and same way with Ms. Donlin, and to the staff, thank you. So I apologize. I don't normally talk this much during these things, but I do want you to know that I appreciate the fight, because to me, what's going on here in this area is just unacceptable, and we can just not put our heads in the sand and let it happen.
I agree.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we need some motion.
Motion to receive and file the performance evaluations and the performance evaluation summary for the placement in Mr. Hansen's personnel file.
Second.
Okay. Public comment?
I do have 2. I have Joni Martin. Would you like to speak? No? Okay.
You guys did great.
Okay. Is he speaking for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi again.
I've done a lot of performance reviews for fire rescue over the years, and the employees that are fantastic were so easy. And the words coming out of your guys' mouths tonight about Mr. Hansen, it just flowed like a song. The employees that were awful, I would sit in my office and I would pull my hair out, and it's something that and I would sit there sometimes for hours, not even certain how to handle something like that. So to see a gentleman like this who's taken this district and just improved it beyond words, and the amazing words that you guys said is wonderful. I'm hoping you guys pay him the maximum that you can pay him and what he's asking for. And Mr. Hansen, thank you for everything you've done out here. Thank you.
Thank you. Joni, you sure?
Come on, Joni, you love it.
Don't be shy.
No, I
Oh,
think
wait.
Joni's got.
Joni's first.
Everybody's gonna take Joni's time. Hello.
Hi, Scarlett. My name's Elizabeth.
3 minutes, Joni, max.
minutes, hi.
Seriously.
I just want to reiterate all of that. I think you all did wonderful. I was on the board. I learned so much from Burgess. I'm a huge fan of the staff, obviously. I think he has elevated everything here more than 150%. So that's why I'm here. I think you all said it extremely eloquently, and yes, I agree. I think he's worth every penny. I thought he was when we hired him back then 5 years ago. It was obvious you were the right person, and I think you've done this district proud and kept your employees happy, elevated all of them, and you've been a wonderful executive director. So and I'm glad that everybody feels that way. I think this is the best review you've ever gotten. Am I correct?
Thank you.
I think the numbers are the highest.
They've always been pretty high, so I
Yeah.
can't say for sure.
Yeah.
But highest or close.
Anyway, he's exceptional. You all know that, and I'm happy you all know that. So
Thank you.
thanks. And
Thank
thank you
you.
for all you do. It's been a very rough year. I've watched every single meeting and sometimes every meeting twice. So I do appreciate it. Okay.
I just want to say from myself and all of my neighbors, thank you very much. Done a great job this year. All of you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have Renee online.
I'm sorry,
We have Renee online.
Renee?
Yes, hi, this is Renee. I hear all the great praise and I don't have an opinion about it because I can't really speak to the work that he's done behind the scenes. But this is not supposed to be an emotional decision or how much we care for somebody decision. This should be a business decision. And you're gonna set a precedence here for the other employees that are getting raises and there's a budget. So with that being said, I think things should be looked at from a percentage of what you're going to give other employees, whether it's 3%, 5%, 7%, which are common numbers for people who achieve at an average level and above average level. And he needs to be paid that accordingly as an increase. Additionally, I think also receive additional hours of vacation time based upon number of years that they've been with a company. Again, I don't work in government. I've worked in a private sector all of my life, but that is standard practice. And there's usually some standard HR regulations to how things go based upon your scores and based upon your years served with that entity. So I just think that we need to make sure things are standardized and how we treat him, not based upon how we feel about him. Because this isn't about friendships, this is about business and your scores on your performance review. And I do understand that he was scored very highly. But again, if he's going to be scored at, I'm going to say a 5 and another employee scored at 5, they should receive the same percentage and there should be no disparity for the lower level employees. That's just my preference. Thank you.
Through the chair. Ms. Donlin.
Yes.
And actually maybe Miriam can answer this. Well, let me go back to Burgess. Let's start there. Burgess, how many years have you now worked in public sector? Like you Pompano Beach?
Well, I worked in state of West Virginia for the Department of Environmental Protection for the Cabinet Secretary for approximately 2.5, 3 years. I can't remember. Worked for the city of Plantation for about 4 years, worked for the city of Deerfield Beach for 18 years as an assistant, 10 as the city manager. Then I've worked here for approximately 5 years.
Okay, so you were at Deerfield for 18 years in total.
Yeah.
Okay, and you've been here for 5 years. Miriam, how many years of vacation would an employee have earned? You know, with that, that's 23 years.
I mean, give me 1 minute.
Where I'm going with this is that my understanding is when we negotiated your contract, we based it on your level of experience, not on what everybody else is getting, because even though we looked at the chart in terms of salary mid-range, we had a low and a high. And so, you know, we looked at your vacation and I don't think we've added to your vacation, have we, in a couple of years?
2 years
2
ago,
years
we
ago,
did.
that's
Yes.
right, but last year we did not. Last year, we kept you at we had a low, we did not because of the budget. I mean, not that we don't have the same issues, we have the same issues every year. And the car salary, we have not increased since your original contract, is that so?
We increased it once because originally started at around 100.
Right.
And you increased it 2 or 3 years ago, I think.
2022.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so, I support increasing the car salary. And I support adding, did you figure out?
Yes, over 10 years is 160 hours.
Okay, and so for each additional, what does it go up? Another 40 hours? We don't have anything like that. You max out. So when we have a client or an employee here,
It's 4 weeks and the annual. So they get the 160 hours per year.
What is he at?
so I think we
Standard,
need to
that's
look at
standard.
that. Because if you have an employee that's worked here for,
20
It's
years.
standard though. I think it's a standard.
I think you,
I
anyway,
mean, we can bring it to the board to look at if you want it for the vacation and sick time, if that's that the board wants to look at. But we can certainly do that.
yeah. Anyway, so where I'm going with this, you currently have how many weeks? You're capped out at the 160?
I'm not sure what my.
Or
So-
we're asking for 100.
So what I can share with you, so, and I'm gonna use the rate on your anniversary date in a couple of weeks, just because I think it'd be disingenuous to say, well, it's 40 hours less than it's gonna be in 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks or so, whenever his anniversary is, his regular accruals under the policies will go to 120 as a 5-year employee.
Okay.
2 years ago, the board authorized an additional 40 hours of accrual. So on his anniversary, he'll be at the 160. But that's because of the prior adjustment.
Okay.
So we'll chair, you would have been on the board policy, would have been regular policy, because 5 or more years is 100.
Okay, and so you're looking at an additional week, which then is going to take you to 200. Is that correct?
Bring it to 200 accrual.
And you're going to continue to take your phone and your computer with you?
I never. Yeah, pretty much. It's everywhere. Yeah.
That's my condition in
Yeah.
supporting.
It's a work vacation.
Yeah, I pretty much do work.
Yeah,
Because if you don't, you never
Mhm.
get caught up with the email.
right.
So,
All right, so, I support that. So this is where I start to have, and I understand what Renee is saying. I remember the last time we gave a 10% raise, the community was, over the top. But again, we're the ones that have to, we're the ones that are going through it. I've lived through, having to get a new manager and having to, go through that whole transition. I mean, Rob knows it's not easy. It takes time.
And they're done it.
And the whole interview process is not fun for anybody. And it takes, in my opinion, a minimum of 2 years. No matter how experienced you were experienced, but it takes about 2 years to really start to get your legs under you and understand the history. And that's for somebody who actually has some brains, right? Because there's other people that, may not have that ability to do that. So
and through.
Rob's sitting over there smirking. Rob, this is not a diss at you at all.
I know it's not.
So where I'm going with that is that, we have had the issue of high taxes, high inflation, and, when we were talking about the budget, even a 5% merit increase to me, under the circumstances this year, it's just, it's hard to swallow. But having said that, last year we kept it low. And so, I can support going with 5%, and I don't know where that takes you, but that, going to 10%, I think is a little bit harder for me. No matter how wonderful you are. But I think, compensating you with the additional week and then the additional car salary, And so can you tell me where that takes us with 5%? Or tell me where we are with before that.
Okay, so the current salary is 193,800.
Right, with increase.
A 5% would bring it to 203,490.
Oh, no, so you're being paid 193 right now? Because I thought we were already over 200. No, okay.
And that's still far below the average.
Well, the range is 189 to 239, as I recall. And the mid was 213.
The midpoint was 214,626. The average was 222,930, looking at the districts only. Municipalities. were
Yeah,
higher.
I mean, I think we should at least go to the mid, to the 214. I mean, he's still way below everybody else. And like you said, we didn't go far last year. And I think this past year he probably worked harder than ever. And this is not a decision based on whether or not we like him. This is a decision based on his job performance and everything that he does. Yes, Keith, go ahead.
Well, I was waiting for you.
Oh, no, it's fine. I can talk.
I mean, I'm in talking with Mr. Hanson, and like I said, being that I've been through a lot, not actually on this board, but been through a lot of district managers and saw how this district had been screwed up by some of the incompetence that was done to this district. He is worth the raise. I spoke with Mr. Hanson and I was leaning more to yes for the gas allowance, yes to 250, which is really kind of what he's looking for, because we want to keep him, because it's going to cost us a lot more to replace him. And maybe with someone.
Could we? Right.
And the only thing with the vacation, I can agree with the vacation, but I'd like to see a cap so that he doesn't build up 3 months of vacation and then leave. That's the other thing I would like to say.
Well, he's got to work regardless while he's on his vacation, so.
Right. It's not really, it's not really a vacation.
Yeah.
Even though you're
Yeah.
trying to leave, you're still working.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm fine with the vacation. I'm fine with the additional $100 for the allowance. I'm looking at, I want to keep him I want to be competitive because I don't want to lose you. I think you're too important and valuable, especially just experiencing the things that we went through this year. And your guidance and you speaking on behalf of the district on a few occasions, and the steps you take in Tallahassee when we're up there and speaking to people and your knowledge of people. I think it's invaluable, and that's not a personality thing. That's not me saying, hey, I really like Burgess. That's me saying what he does for the district is very valuable, and it would be a hard loss if we lost you because we didn't pay you enough. So I'm thinking the 10.5%, which would bring it to like 214, if we could do something like that.
Michael?
Quick question. I know everyone keeps mentioning last year was a minimal increase, but I think wasn't the year before even less as far as a percentage goes?
Yes, but the year before that was 10%.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
and-
I remember it was like 2.5 and 2, and then, yeah.
It was in 2022, just, sorry, through the chair.
No, it's fine.
2022, it was 2.7%, and in 2023, it was 2%.
Yeah.
And the
So
year before that
that's-
was 10.
The year before that was 10.
And just clarification on the vacation, is it use it or lose it, or is this a cumulative and you can cash it in at the end?
The policy does provide for a payout up to 280 hours.
So there is a cap.
There is
Okay, yeah, the only reason I
And then
asked that is when my dad retired, he had like 2 years worth of vacation.
Yeah, my husband had a year. Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm sorry, based on the ranges given, I'm, happy to meet in the middle. I think kind of what, I believe it's what Patty and Keith were kind of meeting there. I think they were on the same page, right?
215.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I can do that.
Second.
Betty, was that a motion?
Okay, let me make the motion, please.
It's getting late, so we're getting loopy, so let's do this.
So a motion to add the additional 40 hours for vacation, which brings you to 200 hours.
Well, so that motion was, oh, no, okay, so we're doing a secondary motion. Do we
Yeah.
need to vote on the
Was-
first motion first?
Receive
Or
or
are we a
You can do it all together or separate.
motion to receive and file? Okay, so we can do it all together.
That was.
Okay, well then.
Yeah, that was already passed. So,
Yeah,
okay, so my
we did
motion
pass.
is
Sorry,
to
I missed that.
approve the additional 40 hours, bringing it to 200 hours for vacation. And increasing to, what did you say, 215?
215.
215. And increasing the car salary to the $500 per month.
Okay, second.
Okay, public comment.
Yeah, but it's on. No public comment.
No?
Nope,
Oh,
Renee's got her hand up.
Renee, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm clearly understanding then. So if you're going to give him a 10% increase, then anybody who gets a 4.9 who's on staff would be getting a 10% increase as well. Additionally,
No, Renee,
additionally, the
it
mid-range
it
point,
doesn't work that way.
it should
We,
work
we
that
don't, it
way.
doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way with staff, no.
It should in most entities, it
Right.
does.
Right.
Standardized format, I think HR lady may know. Additionally,
and
I was kind of curious with some of the components of what they had put together for his salary and what she did on midline. She did talk about other people at the same level in the district, but also at a city level. And I'd like, at a city level, these people are making that money because they're overseeing 100 to 150 employees. That's not the number of employees he's overseeing at a district. Just my two cents.
Yeah, please.
We don't
Laura,
have public comment.
yes, go ahead.
Just for some clarification, the midpoint and the average that I shared with you was for the district managers from those entities. As I mentioned, I did share the municipalities for context, but that's not the range that we were looking at in terms of where you might consider making an adjustment. And additionally, if you'd like me to speak to it, Mr. Hansen, as your executive director, is under an employment agreement. And that while he does have to abide by our personnel policies and not do, the list of horribles that employees can't do either, there are different considerations for compensation and benefits and things of that nature based on the level of the position. So everything you are doing is appropriate and lawful.
Thank you.
Right, I agree with that. I wouldn't want to give them 300,000 a year like Palm Beach Gardens does.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
So, in terms of, comparing us to a city, we have always looked to, the cities in terms of what the city managers are being paid, in terms of a measuring stick, if you will, because there are not very many special districts that are dealing with the issues that we're dealing with. And we're an improvement district, which is closer to a municipality than anything else, So I think that's it's a better barometer, measuring stick, whatever you want to say, to look to that and have an idea. Although I agree, it's not the same responsibility, but it's pretty darn close with all the challenges that we have right now. So.
Absolutely.
And it is also an area where for lack of a better description, our executive director is certainly someone who could be recruited by a municipality And vice versa. When we have recruited for our executive directors, we do get city manager applicants.
Right.
So it's not something we should ignore.
Right.
Absolutely.
And that's where the majority of his experience is from, so.
I think we missed a card. Herbert Guerrera. Did I call him?
Hernan.
Hernan. Did you want to talk regarding this?
I was just gonna throw flowers.
Okay, very nice for the flowers. Okay, thank you. You had your 3 minutes. Come on.
Well, Hernando has his cards.
Yeah,
I'll go right after.
Laura, can you clarify those numbers again for an improvement district and the mid and the high range and all of that?
Sure. For the districts that we pulled, the total range was 189, 263 up to 239, 990. The mid was 214, 626, and the average was 222, 930.
He's still below average. Okay. I just want to say my piece that if I was on this board, I would have made a motion 10 minutes ago for 220 and with all the other things. And I think that's what you guys should do. And I'm just saying that you can do whatever you want to do, but we have somebody here that we don't want to lose. I don't care what this person says on, we know why she's saying what she's saying. We know what we have here. And that's what I'm suggesting, and I think you should all take that into account, and if not higher, but I think that would be the minimum. So I'm saying my piece, and I used to do that when I was on the board. You guys can do what you want to, but that's my suggestion. I wouldn't go any lower than that.
thank you.
Thank
Hernan.
Good evening, board, staff, public. I'm gonna throw a little bit of flowers. I was gonna do it earlier, but I got forgotten about slightly. No problem.
I remembered, I got a cookie. and
Yes,
I remembered you.
What I was going to say was nobody is better fit to be an executive director. I was raised to be respectful and understanding. We are all human and we do make mistakes. That said, as a person from the public, I see that Mr. Burgess Hanson takes, manages, and perfectly executes all the duties and responsibilities of the executive director. Not only that, but he goes above and beyond on certain tasks, as well as helping others with their own work. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's nice to hear the public say.
Mhm.
Very well.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Unless someone wants to modify the motion.
I can't.
Right.
Right, I can't, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn it over to you for a minute.
Okay, so you can make a choice.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I agree with Joni. And if I would even like to see it higher, but I will amend the motion to include the 40 hours of vacation additional, the additional $100 car allowance, and a salary of $220. Do I have a second?
If
You're
I
not the
may.
chair.
Oh,
It-
I don't.
Do I have a second?
Sorry, sorry.
If I,
Beat me over the head with it before you get back.
if I may procedurally, if I'm not mistaken, Mary, because I was talking, please correct me. I believe Betty actually made an initial motion. So are you asking?
You're laying a substitute motion on the table.
Okay.
Motion to amend.
Amend.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
amending.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Argu's
Did I
motion.
second it?
Well, don't I
No,
have to
no,
amend my
I
own
didn't.
motion?
That's what I was getting
It's a
at.
Substitute
Oh, so it's a
motion.
substitute motion. Okay, so we have a substitute motion.
You
For-
you made a motion to substitute for the price.
Now but we had a second on the first one.
Wait, you-
So
you-
let's clarify this. So
No,
why don't
so-
you just amend the motion and make
Want
it
me to give this
easier?
back to you?
With that,
No,
with that-
I'm giving you the credit of doing so. So for the Robert's rules, there's a motion on the table with a
Right.
second.
right,
You can put a second a substitute motion on the table, and provided you have a second, then we can call the vote on that,
Yeah,
or unless
okay.
there's another substitute to the substitute.
Okay.
But you
So
vote on the
Actually,
substitute.
I agree with that.
So who's the second for my motion?
Well, I can't second. Can I second? I
No, you cannot, Mary.
I second.
You can't do it like that. We have to call the vote first.
Oh, my gosh.
Do I have a second for my motion?
You second it.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay.
Call
Now,
the vote.
I think you gotta call the vote.
Call the vote.
Okay.
Do we need to have comments again, or because we already had comment?
We've had plenty.
Okay, so call the vote.
I called the vote.
All in favor?
All in favor
Aye.
Of the amended motion.
of the amended motion.
Of the
substituted.
substitute motion,
Okay, fine.
substitute motion. So
Okay, substitute
let's
motion.
clarify this. Okay,
I'm gonna clarify. So
okay,
the substitute motion is to make sure that we have increased car allowance to 500, additional 40 hours vacation, and a salary of 220,000. Do I have?
Michael,
Aye.
Aye.
we got a five.
Aye. 5-0.
Okay, motion
go.
passes. Okay. All right, now get back to work. Come on.
Yeah.
Number 8, other governmental updates, Mr. Hanson, let's go.
Actually, we have a
Two,
7.6.
7.6 revision to.
Oh,
permit.
shoot, I'm sorry. You're right. I missed
That
that one. I'm making too many notes.
Slow it
Okay.
down. Here, you want to give me the gavel?
No.
I would-
Seven, yeah.
I would hope to make this as the quickest item on the agenda. It is a simple addition to add the ability to charge for staff time on inspections after a special permit is issued, that staff could now charge towards the retainer. You don't have that in the current policy, but you need it, especially on FPL permits.
I don't
Okay,
know Why we didn't have that.
right. Okay.
I'll make the motion. to
Okay,
Approve the revisions to the special permit applications and templates for the RW, UT, and OH permits.
Second.
okay. Public comment?
They mean right away, overhead and underground. Utility.
It means utility.
Utility. It's utility. Sorry.
Okay, all right. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, Michael?
Aye.
Do we have any?
No,
Yeah.
no comments. Yeah. Aye, passes 5-0. Okay,
Now.
now back to work, Mr. Hanson. Mutual aid agreement with the town of Loxahatchee Groves.
Yes, so thank you. So last, in sometime, and I forget, hold on 1 second. Last year, believe it was last summer, town of Loxahatchee Groves wanted to enter into a mutual aid agreement with the Indian Trail Improvement District. It's somewhat common, but not everybody does it. I did not feel comfortable bringing it to this board back then, because their public works department was supposed to be staffed at 12 people. And at that time, it was basically staffed at approximately 3 people. 2 of those positions, one was the public works director, the other one was an assistant public works director, and then the other one was a heavy equipment operator or something like that. So I was a little concerned that we may get, additional calls because they would not be able to handle it. So, Francine Ramilia was supposed to be here tonight, but unfortunately she did not come. But, I think she was coming here just to reemphasize, it's not where we go in and we do a lot of work. We just go in for the initial to help out until other people can come in, and then we go out. And if they want something further than that, then that would be up to myself or Mr. Robinson, say, no, we're not gonna do that, or yeah, we'll do that, but you're gonna pay us at a FEMA rate. And if we need to amend what they sent to reflect that, we can do that, and I'll be more than happy to send that back to the town of Loxahatchee Groves. So,
Very good, yes.
and when Mr. Palin and I were talking a little bit about this, we thought we may want to do this with maybe, other jurisdictions such as Northern, because we really don't have that. And looking forward now, we were talking about hurricanes, but I think rain events are gonna be just as significant in the future. We really should look at definitely having something with Northern, and when I hope to see Dan up there next week. I want to talk to him because we have white fences, which is Northern Palm Beach District,
Right.
smack dab in the
Right.
middle of us. And we really,
It
and
makes more
they rely
sense
upon
for us.
Deer Run to pump out. And I did, since we're in other government, I did receive a call earlier, a few weeks ago from South Florida Water Management, and they're very concerned about Fox Trail and Deer Run. So, and because we don't manage their drainage, that's something we're gonna have to look at. But in order to really do it, we're gonna need to work with Northern and then those two HOAs. But
Right.
that's something that Palm Beach County and South Florida Water Management, they need to coordinate that, and we just need to be sitting at that table.
Excellent.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
So I did ask a question, and I thought maybe this wasn't amended because it's already been sent over, but I
No,
do think we need to have it spelled out in here that the reimbursement, what we're being reimbursed at the FEMA rates, because there's nowhere in here about that. So
yeah,
I know it's understood and it's implied, but it
It
needs
should
to
be
be
in
in the
writing.
agreement. So
yeah, and yes, and just to be clear, they initiated this. This was not initiated by us, so this is their form, and that's why I wanted to bring it as their form to this board. So
Okay, so
So
we
I
can
agree with
add
that.
that. Yeah, for sure.
we'll take it back.
Keith?
So my question is if we do go in to help them out, we are gonna get reimbursed for the cost of our labor and equipment.
Well, the initial usually, so what happens, let's say there's something even on our side where we had a culvert failure or something happened, and I called up Francine or Richard Gallant and said, hey, I just need you for 10 minutes until I can get a crew from the Northwest. For something like that, no, but if it gets beyond like an hour or so, then yes, that's where reimbursement would come in. It's basically just to say, hey, we're jumping in there real quick. Fire rescue departments have it, but they have it a little different where they can do billing and things like that. That's at a totally different level, because you're talking about major fires where they may bring in engines and they can sit there for, just not putting the fire out, but actually, until they're certain that it's not going to reignite, or if it's a gas leak. But this is something a little more smaller scale, and just if it happens once a year, I would be surprised. And again, I use the example, just one more point with hurricanes or emergency management. If Loxahatchee Groves gets hit with a hurricane, we get hit with a hurricane, and we're not gonna have the staff to send down there.
Right.
So inevitably, in those situations, it's probably gonna be somebody else coming, but in preparation, if they say, hey, we need some help because we can't figure something out with the pump and the lead up to it, then we could send a Greg or a Doug down there for
I
a
think
little
that's
bit.
important,
Yeah.
No,
Okay, I'll make the motion to approve the mutual aid agreement between Indian Trail Improvement District and the town of Loxahatchee Groves with the amendment adding that we would be reimbursed with the FEMA rates as discussed and as reviewed by.
And that would be mutual, because if they come
Right.
up here.
Right,
then
we would do the same for them.
Yeah.
Right.
Second.
Through the chair, before we make that, I just have one point here. One thing caught my eye, unsafe conditions, neither party shall be responsible. They provide aid or assistance as follows: unsafe conditions where wind gusts are above 50 mile an hour or higher. Our standard is 35 miles an hour. That's below, tropical storm force wind. So that I would make that recommendation also,
Yeah,
as long with the FEMA rates, because 50
that-
miles an hour, it's a little sketchy.
Yeah, well, actually, they should be at 35 miles per hour because that is the governmental standard.
Right.
For fire and police services. So thank you. for
Apologize, I
catching
just
that.
caught that.
Yeah.
Just kind of.
So
Jump out.
I'll amend my motion to include that as well as subject to legal review and approval.
Exactly.
Okay, public comment? Seeing none? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Michael?
Bye.
All right, passes unanimously. Okay, we did that, consent. I'm sorry.
We
Go-
do have a very important issue. Unfortunately, I came into the meeting later because I was with not those attorneys, other attorneys dealing with the other matter. But Mr. Foy and Ms. Viator and Mr. Palin have something very important that is happening in Unit 19B that all of you want to know about, because this is what concerned me about Palm Beach Gardens. So
The government updated, the easy ones are DRO, the two projects on Southern Boulevard are starting to become active through the county, so I don't have anything to show you tonight, but that will be being reviewed through DRO process in the county. Those are the ones on the north side of Southern. The 19B, which is the 34 acres between 140th and Avocado, north of Hamlin, south of North Lake, which is also part of the Elmore Agreement, is now in the city of Palm Beach Gardens. The site plan that we discussed on them for activating includes, if I recall the number right, 380 residential units. And they said just a minor amount of retail, but wanted to let you know that that is coming down the pike. They don't have approval site plan, but that kind of changes the face of the nation.
I'm sorry. Did you say the site plan we approved? When did we approve?
No, I said the Palm Beach Gardens has not approved it.
Oh, okay, so
And we don't have a copy.
they
of
were
it.
previously, this is the one, this is the west side that was previously approved for commercial? Or is this the east side, the post office?
No,
You
you
know,
said
it-
avocado to 140.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Oh.
east of the school and west of the permit
see
issued
that?
last month. It was preliminary years ago. It's up on the screen now.
Yeah.
It was preliminary years ago and proposed as commercial was it commercial or I think it was commercial years ago. But they went through the beginning part of activation, which was designating the area and then creation of the unit.
Right,
That's all they have done. We do not
this is the
have,
piece further to the west,
it's on the screen now, yeah.
right? Okay, but the other, what I'm trying to get to, Jay, is the one that was already approved by the county for development was the east portion, right? Was that going to open that? That's.
Yes, it's the next piece, not that piece. That's not
Yeah.
part of it Elmore. The piece that the cursor is on now,
Mhm.
that's between Coconut and 130th. That piece has been approved and we approved a special permit last month. The piece to the east of that is still trying to start the process of activation. We talked about that, but they haven't followed up. We've been authorized to do a water control plan on that one, but we're waiting on the site plan that includes more than a partial site plan.
So this one, did they have a commercial approval? At all?
Not that I'm aware. I don't know where they were in the county. It's now Palm Beach Gardens, so it's completely different.
I know, but
It
There is-
might have.
okay. All right, I don't remember that.
If it did now, it's a hotel residential.
And so they're proposing 380 units
Yes, apartments, yeah.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
apartments.
and they're not connecting to him.
That is
No.
correct. No connection to Hamilton.
Well,
Not on the site plan that they showed on the screen.
yeah, not yet, but
Not yet.
because they're apartments, we need to be monitoring this very closely
So
because,
we have to provide them a permit for drainage.
yeah,
Yeah.
So they have to come to us.
Yes.
yeah, but I guess the reason why I wanted Jay or Mr. Foy and the attorneys bring this up is when you get into apartments, the whole thing with public safety, fire rescue, access in and
No.
out, not only for them, but for the people that live in there. It goes under a totally different type of review by the city of Palm Beach Gardens because they have their own fire department now. And they also, of course, have had their own police department. So I thought it was very important because again, we're now seeing another front, so.
I get where you're going.
We're saying that we're not giving them access to Hamlin. What about, are we gonna block them having access to Avocado and 140th too?
Yeah. Hell,
Yeah, I just,
I mean, if they want to,
Well,
they can access North Lake.
Let me address, I don't remember whether they showed access, but Unit 19 did not include those rights of way. They are at that, though the existing right of way is not within the district. We could not prohibit them from connecting to something that's not in the unit and not in the active. Now, if they're required to widen that, they would be widening it potentially to be in the district.
so again, I'm bringing it up because as they go through this process and they start to say, well, we have to do it. And then, you know, what the next level, well, we just went through it. So I just, we all need to be on extreme guard now, and we will be, and we'll be monitoring this even more closely.
The other thing is that Palm Beach Gardens objected to the widening of North Lake. But yet we're gonna continue to
Add more
approve
population.
increasing development
Yeah.
on North Lake. Does that make sense?
Now, in all fairness, we don't know that Palm Beach Gardens will necessarily process this, but I just want us to be aware and get into that mental mode that it could be coming, because I imagine they did not annex this for.
And we don't have to give them drainage. We're not giving up any drainage. Right?
They're already in a landowner's agreement. We do provide them drainage, but they have to meet our criteria.
Right, and how are you gonna do that with 380 units on there, unless you're going
Well,
up?
if you'll notice the area that's been overridden by RTVs or something, ATVs, and to the east of that, they are designated as wetlands, believe it or not, and the area between them is designated as an upland preserve. So they will have plenty of land to put excess water in. And I've been in contact with our engineer, Kimley Horn, who is well aware of our criteria. So they will be able to meet it. Essentially says you can't impact our drainage system. You have to store 100% of the, actually, it's beyond the 100-year storm before that you can't put any water into us.
Anyway, not to ruin the vibe here.
Sure, thanks.
Buzzkill. Yeah, buzzkill. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just something we need to be monitoring.
Yeah.
A lot
So we
closer.
expect midnight phone calls from you to let us know what's going on.
Well, those won't be midnight phone calls. Those are gonna be like, hey, we probably want to go to the Palm Beach Gardens City Council meeting, planning and zoning. meeting. Just not me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you send that?
Madam Chair, it's 11 o'clock.
Yes.
So we need to extend.
Make a motion to extend 15
Okay.
minutes. Well, how much longer do we need?
We've got,
If I could just real quick, Sluggett and Associates are going to be getting information not only on this, but they're looking at other things, because I don't think there's just stuff going on here. I think we're gonna see
Other-
other things.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yes,
I think,
we will get the necessary information
do we have any other staff presentations to do?
for other
It's
government.
governmental updates.
Right, but we have staff presentation. We're trying to figure out how much time we
Oh,
need to
yeah.
extend.
I do have just a few things. I can be really quick though.
Okay,
So
so
15 minutes?
15.
Okay, so motion to extend to 11:15.
Second.
Second.
Okay, on, public comment?
On what?
I
Do
don't
we have
think we
He's still
public
giving
comment
us
for that?
update. Oh,
No, to extend the
Oh.
meeting. Do we
Oh.
need public comment for that?
No.
No, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Michael? Are you still awake?
He's staring in his.
Aye.
Michael? Okay, thank you. Motion approved, extended to 11:15. Okay, consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve consent agenda items 10-1, 10-2, 10-3.
Second.
Okay, no public comment for this. All in favor?
Aye.
Hold on a sec, please. Were you done? I thought you said you had a couple more things.
Yeah, it's
For
after.
executive direct-
It's
for
after.
the report,
Okay.
my report, nothing. else
Michael?
on-
I have a question under governmental updates. Because it was brought up by a resident who didn't get a chance to put a comment card in. And I'm not sure if he's still here. But remember the conversation on 120th and we removed speed bumps
Oh, yeah.
or humps and
Yeah.
we put speed tables in. And the residents came in and they were concerned about the safety.
Yeah.
Bus stops, blah, blah, blah. There is no sidewalk on 120th, and we have it south of Orange, but not north of Orange. And we told those residents that we were gonna look at a solution.
Yeah.
And I know that you have been working with the county, trying to come up with some solutions, but I know that's kind of on hold. What my question is, didn't we direct that we put a sidewalk in there and there was money in the budget that we were talking about?
I don't believe on 120th because I didn't think we had the right of way to do it.
Right?
That was
No,
Bay Hill.
But it's on the west side of 120th.
Yeah.
I remember there being that discussion, so can we please look at that?
Yeah.
Because it is a serious concern, and especially since we changed the speed bumps there. That was probably one of the locations we should have kept the speed bumps and humps and whatever you want to call them.
Well, I can address the, we're gonna put in those, prefab, the rubber ones, so we have them now. I'm just not sure of when they're going in. They should be going in here shortly though, because we're finishing up some blacktop work. Because that's a crew that will put them in. So 120th and Tangelo, Tangerine, and Persimmon are the roads that we initially talked about. So
And what about the sidewalk?
I'll get with Mr. Boyd tomorrow on whether or not we can, what we can do there. Because one of the concepts that I talked about was with the one-way was putting striping down and some type of obstruction to distinguish between a walking path. Because then we would have enough and we wouldn't have to build necessarily a new sidewalk, but look. Yeah. Because I know when we discussed that, it was a very tight.
Yeah, right, because it's a boundary road again.
Yes, yes.
To at least.
Yeah, but we'll definitely follow up and I'll let you all know when they're gonna put those mats in, because I think they're gonna try to jump from just doing them all in a couple of weeks, so.
Okay.
Period of time.
Okay, all right, so let's call the vote for the consent agenda. Do we have did everybody vote?
I thought we voted on that.
Yeah, we voted.
We had 5?
Yeah,
I didn't,
And
okay,
I think you got Michael to call it.
right. Michael?
I think
Aye.
you call, I think you
Did you
got
say
it.
vote? I thought-
Yeah, I don't think we did.
He said aye.
He did?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, passes 5-0. Staff presentations, Mr.
Yes.
Hanson.
Yeah, so just quickly, either in July or August, if you recall a couple of meetings ago, I had indicated that a cell phone tower company was looking at 71st, the lot off of 71st and Seminole. They'll be coming to the board with a formal proposal and presentation for you to consider. So
Okay.
I've not seen it either. So they just asked me, so I followed up with them. So they will be coming forward on that. That's a 1.9 acre site just to the west of Seminole, Pratt Whitney Road. Quickly, we South Florida Water Management District reached out yesterday to see about, they would like to do a groundbreaking on the Corbett levee, and they want to coordinate it to try to have all 5 board members
Great.
there. So we'll work with Ms. Cantley and all of your schedules to see,
Excellent.
make sure no one can be there. The other thing, and I just wanted to move on to executive report, but really probably belongs under other government. And I know Ms. Argue spoke to me about this last night because she was able to watch it. I couldn't get on Westlake. But think, you know, when I talk to the county, I'm gonna ask David Ricks to do the same presentation that he did last night on 60th Street North. And I'm sure Ms. Argue may want to talk about more of what she saw last evening. I didn't get to see it. I saw some of the screenshots, but, and then earlier this week, we did begin removal of any docks or other types of structures on the M0 canal, including illegal irrigation pumps, and they were large. It was a really large pump that two. But, and then we sent the letters, about a week ago, or a little longer than that, to the FPL, corridor, to the homeowners along where we own the property. And, we've received a few phone calls. Someone, and I thought they were gonna be here tonight, but they are claiming grazing rights, which I've never heard of. They said when they bought the property, the realtor told them that they had grazing rights for their livestock. So I know Miss Cantley and Miss Stork tried to explain that to them, but so anyway, we'll begin to clarify that, but I'm not really sure that we really haven't had any major outbursts, at least not yet. Yes. So, yeah. And is there anything else from you, Rob?
I was just gonna touch on the R programs real quick, substantial, R3, the Hamlin, we did the deductive change order tonight. They've actually mowed out there. They've set their MOT up, silt fence. Mid-June, they're gonna begin hauling in material. July is when they're gonna commence with the FDR. It's gonna go pretty quick on that. One other reason with the geomat, we're looking at some of the other road issues that we're having with the R2, and this works well up here. We may look at a similar type process to rejuvenate some of the other R2 roads to bring them up to a better standard, since we do have money set aside for that. So that was another reason of why we were looking at the geo. R3, we haven't had anybody reach out to us about the driveway connections yet. They will be beginning subgrade on 180th mid-June, and then by mid-July to end of July is when we're looking at beginning paving. So that's pretty much our drop dead date for receiving any applications up along 180th. SRG, we're wrapping up mulching all the easements. And I know Ms. Argue had asked, which was disseminated throughout the whole board, of the breakdown of all the costs. We're going to be putting that also up online for all the residents to view. And we'll be wrapped up for it, unless we have another equipment breakdown, by the end of June, we're having all the easements completely cleared.
Good job.
So, and as far as funds left over, we're down about 900,000. By the time we expend the rest of the clearing, it's going to bring us close to the cap that we imposed for the pump stations. So there is some wiggle room in that. I'll probably be doing most of the line share out there, since my time doesn't get charged to it. We do weekly grading out there. We do have some monthly, we have maintenance funds still available from 2024. So we're going to be looking at some of the soft spots, not only on Carroll, but some of the side streets, to bring them up, because we're getting a lot of requests for maintenance on there.
Yeah, there's a
due to
bad
the
spot
dry
on
areas.
Marie.
So
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
So,
Go ahead.
and then
2 minutes.
Yeah, and then just quickly, the other R3 roadway project, 140th, 61st in Tangerine, we are putting it out on the street this
Yes.
Sunday, right?
No.
We missed
No.
it.
Oh, we missed it?
Sorry.
Yeah, all right.
We were gonna get it out to advertise on Sunday, and the plans were not ready as of today.
yeah, and there's a couple of things on that too that I brought to their attention.
So what's our timeline then? I wasn't aware of that.
I'm sorry, just.
No, it's fine.
We are shooting for the August board now
Okay.
instead of the July board.
It has to come to the board, because.
To a board.
Oh,
It doesn't have, no,
okay.
not for bid letting, but for
Right.
board.
Yeah, and then,
Because we're supposed to go to bid on Sunday, so if we missed the advertisement. You're not pushing it a week, or it gets pushed a month, what?
The award has to be at a board meeting, so
July.
the very last time we could advertise and then advertise again a week later and then give time for responses, time to satisfy the addendums and then review and then to the board. It takes at least 5 weeks, if not 6. So we're to the point where we can't make the next board meeting.
The July 24th board meeting.
Right, it's,
So we're looking at August.
we're looking at August now.
Hmm.
I apologize.
Okay.
Well, so, sorry about that. So,
Okay.
but unless we can talk later, if you want to do a special meeting, because that's an important one that we get done. The other one that we're going to be starting on, we're waiting for the final plans on that, will be blacktop, putting on blacktop on Hamlin Boulevard by 89th or 89th. I keep saying Hamlin, I mean 89th. Hamlin was milled. So we're gonna do that in-house. That's gonna be our trial run. So that will be happening this summer, as soon as we get the final.
We should have those plans this week as well.
Yes, so,
Excellent.
but that one we don't have to bid out because we're doing that in-house. We just have to put it into our cycle. And then just quickly, we don't have to get into any details. Peter,
I'll keep it short. So,
really short.
thanks. We are done with all the waterproofing. The only thing that's left at this point is putting on the rest of the deck boards and the posts and the railings. So I got a couple days left. The goal is basically when you guys get back from Boston, we'll schedule up the grand reopening. I
Great.
did have to correct a lot of transition issues and a lot of leveling. We can go into a whole big
We'll do
presentation with
at
that,
the
but we
next
could do that later.
July.
But we are within budget, actually under budget.
Excellent. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Did you cut your finger working on that project? No.
Not on the project, taking stuff out at home.
Oh, geez.
Better than.
Okay.
Yeah, he cut his fingertip off.
All right.
Oh,
Quite literally, right down to the bone.
did you get it back on?
It's gone.
Oh,
Oh,
That sucks.
I could get into detail, but it's pretty.
No, thanks.
no,
we
no,
only have a
no.
minute left.
Your
Yeah.
time's up.
I think we're gonna have to extend another few minutes.
We might, depending on supervisor business. All right. Good. All right. Supervisor business. Good.
Thanks for everybody sticking it out and we had a good meeting and thanks and see you next meeting.
Excellent. Ben?
I just like to put on record today during the comments of 7A. We had County Commissioner Baxter suggest that we just put a farm style road in as a solution. I'd like to see if we can go to the county and say, well, since Commissioner Baxter has suggested this, would the county help relieve ITID from the liabilities if we just put something there? So. That's all I got. Otherwise, good meeting. Thank you very much for all your hard work and thank everybody for staying and input and the positivity. Thanks.
So. 60th Street.
Do we need to extend?
Yeah, because you didn't consider 60th Street.
Motion to extend meeting.
10 minutes.
10 minutes to 11:25.
Okay. So yesterday there was the presentation that unbeknownst to anybody in our community until like last minute, it's Westlake, a presentation by the county commissioner on 60th Street. In the past, we have advocated that 60th Street be built to Seminole Pratt. And that portion, and I believe, and again, I get it, I'm a little rusty because I've tried to forget some things. I only have so much room. But there was a condition for Minto to turn over the right of way for 60th between Seminole Pratt and 140th. And there was a condition that that be built, that segment would be built before anything else. And this presentation totally seems to ignore the segment between Seminole Pratt and 140th. And the fact that it's only being presented to Westlake, one can only conclude that that's what the priority is. So my conclusion from that is that it's more important to the county and to our county commissioner to funnel traffic through our community without providing any of the benefit that was approved by the county and part of their prop share agreement and every other condition that was Mentos. So in the past, we have sent letters every single time the 5-year plan has come up to the county, to the TPA, and we have stated our position in terms of what we support and what we think should be prioritized. I can't remember what the last letter was. I believe it was a year ago. I can't remember what we said there, but I don't think that the county should be looking at building 60th Street east of 140th to State Road 7 without the connection to Seminole Pratt. I don't understand that. Obviously, we have an opportunity to have further discussions about this because it has to come to us for a permit. But I do think that we need to be on the record continually, every opportunity to say, this is not right. And so I'd like to request that we send another reaffirmation letter about our position about these roads, including Okeechobee Boulevard, because that's another one that is coming up, the extension of Okeechobee Boulevard, which we have objected to repeatedly. So I just think we should revisit that, send that to the TPA and also to the county commission and to the county engineering department and everybody else. Their attorneys too would be a good idea. So. Thank you.
I believe it was less than a year ago that we sent a letter about all these.
I think we
but-
should do it maybe once a month.
Yeah.
Yes, until they get the message. Maybe we should. be
Michael?
sending it to the newspaper as well.
Michael, do you have anything?
No, I don't, but I would like to see that presentation on 60th.
I can send you screenshots.
It
So
should
Westlake,
be.
it should be on the YouTube. If you go under Westlake on YouTube, you can watch the meeting. They usually record it and post it on YouTube.
Through the chair, I will ask for the presentation that David Ritz did, and I will send it to all of you.
Yeah.
Thank
Can
you.
we ask that
Yeah.
he attend
No,
the July
that's,
meeting?
yeah, no, that's what I had mentioned is that I'm
Right.
gonna
Yeah.
ask that he come here.
Yeah.
And if Commissioner Baxter wants to come, leave that up to you. She's an elected official.
Right. Okay, I've been getting a lot of calls about millings and people wanting millings and people not understanding that they weren't number 11 after all was said and done and everything else. And I know we spent a lot of time on the millings policy, but I think maybe we need to revisit that one more time. Because as we know, there was 62 petitions for millings and more people want it. And I feel like the people that want it should get it and the people that don't move on. So I would like at some point, not this coming month, but maybe in August, if things are a little settled down, we could discuss that for next year, not to change policy for coming up now, because then we're going to be in the same position we were last year, right? Everybody's been preparing for the policy, but to make policy so that would be fiscal year 26, because it is an issue.
Yes, so through the chair said, number one, I heard your comment earlier about the millings over on 91st, I think it was. So we'll look at that tomorrow with SWA. But on that, yeah, if I may, like to suggest that maybe we just do I hate saying this, but a workshop where that's the only thing we focus on.
Yeah,
that
because
night,
it's.
and that
Yep.
and if you can come in, each of you come in with what you think the priorities or what you really want to do for FY. I think you're saying 26 to
Six,
start
yep.
in October 1st of
Yep.
2025.
Mm-hmm.
That would help.
Yeah, I agree.
So.
Thank you. So if we could set that up, that would be great. Okay, now we need just a motion to receive and file our reports.
I make the motion to receive and file items 13.1 through 13.8.
Second.
Okay, Michael, well, no, we don't need public comment. You have any, Michael, you have anything? I didn't even ask Michael, did I?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah,
I
you
did
did,
already.
yeah.
Sorry, it's getting late.
Other
and
than you want.
yeah, okay.
presentation.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
Michael? Okay, see that it passes 5-0 and we are adjourned.
Miss you, Michael.
Good luck.
Guys, thanks.